like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desert is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom and victim and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We
信号だとしてももう止まらない、理解不能のスピード100倍速い、地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me get you down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだから、あんたの後悔楽しみだわ、すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー、一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening、 地横なんて哀れよね、ねえ聞いてよな、負けの準備でもしておきな、 Come try me yet when you were down、 悩んでもやめないわ No more、 苦い思い消えてよ、この街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー、全力で追い越してよさ、ドライビングモード始めよう、
some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? eyes can get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Fly boy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. my mind.
Didn't even know what happiness till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end.
stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around?
You're not going to believe this, boys and girls, but we've got a very special surprise for you today. I'm joined by Lyric, and we're bringing you the LPL. That's right, here on the LPL channel, we're bringing you 4 games, potentially, maybe 6, but I'm going to say 4 games today of bag of LPL content. How you doing, Lyric?
You know, I also just want to point out for everyone that you're not saying 4 games because of the quality of matches. We're saying 4 games because you're on broadcast. When you're on broadcast, you only ever get 2 O's. Doesn't even matter how much of like a banger 3-game series it looks like on paper. It's just always 2.
Out of all my casts this split, I have had 1 series that went to 3 games. 1 single series. That was right at the very start of the split. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL to kick ourselves off. As we had a couple of fairly interesting matches, honestly. EDG versus RA going the distance in that series. And I think RA kind of showing that if they can take a game off of EDG, they're still a contender to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, RA pretty much consistently impressed me with each series they play, which I don't know how that happens at this point when I know RA's a legit team that can post stretches off the table. They've shown it time and time again, but every time they do it, it just makes you more of a believer. And second series, like Ultra Prime had some good moments, had some parts where they were putting up a fight, but sadly BLG is just too strong, leads us to the table that we all love and respect and bow down to. And, you know, top of the table, looking strong.
Pay your homage at home.
Exactly. This is the end-all, be-all of everything you will ever be, this exact table. And Munch, the one thing that always jumps out to me is just IG, 4-loss streak. Kind of depressing with the start that they had. And then looking for that bounce back. Them and RA both kind of being on that downturn, even with the highlights that we just gave over to RA.
Yeah, but I'm keeping my eyes on RNG today because they're in 6th place right now, but another win would sneak them up ahead of Weibo, and they're up against anyone's legend today. So you should feel like RNG are coming in as a heavy favorite for that matchup. And then WE, a team that have been surprisingly decent this split. I feel like they're a playoff contender. They're up against top esports, so they're going to have their work cut out.
And a lot of that to me is going to be how Top Esports bounce back from the beatdown that they sadly faced to JDG. You know, me and you were there for that the other day because, you know, I feel like even if they play if they play the early game like anywhere as well with TN popping off, I think they should be good. But if not, WE definitely having a chance. But like you said, got to look at RNG first of all. And RNG, I mean, they've been on an upward trend, which makes sense, right? A lot of their struggles coming at the start of the split, they were starting Kanyuan in the mid lane. They didn't have Ming yet actively playing in that support role either. Bring Ming back, get Angel now as the starting mid laner. And this roster is panning out the way you would have expected.
And, you know, when you talk about this roster holistically, right, the only fundamental change is Xiaohu out, Angel in, right? And when you're plugging in a mid laner, it really does depend on the team that you're plugging a mid laner in. Xiaohu, I think, was a pivotal piece of the previous version of RNG, and some of the woes that RNG have had across this split, like you said, were roster issues at the start of the split, but now as well, it's like, okay, what is this team? Like, what is the identity? How does Angel slot in here? And it does feel like they're starting to answer some of those questions and starting to have an identity once again.
I will say, like, one big difference that Angel brings is, like, sure, you're losing a lot of, like, the proactivity coming out from that mid lane. Not to say Angel isn't, because we've seen him on things like the Twisted Fate, which can be, but having someone who can also be more of that kind of artillery piece, right? Play the easier, be this big damage output, so it isn't always on Gala to step up and be that huge carry, or I guess more last year, or like earlier years of like Breathe being the big carry. We've seen top lane really isn't set up for that to be this split. We hear in every top lane interview them saying, yeah, you know, my role doesn't matter. All of the other day coming out and saying, yeah, you know, I'm just like whatever I do doesn't matter as long as I listen to my team, we're gonna win. And it feels like that really is kind of where top lane has devolved into.
I just love watching the difference between players when they step out to the stage.
Yeah.
You've got ZDZ stepping out, like choking himself because he gets breathe. Can't breathe. Get it? Good one.
You know, and I also will say, if there is one top laner who's been trying to be like a carry top laner this split, actually has been ZDZ.
Yeah.
Second most played Jax, third most played Fiora. He has a game on the Kennen, the Jace, the Gangplank. This is a guy who's still gravitating towards those picks and not falling as heavily into, I'm going to play Cassante and Sion every game. Woohoo!
Yeah, and previous years we've known him for his Camille as well. Like, I feel like Camille is one of the champions you associate with ZDZ. But then you've also got players like Pins who like kind of shuffle out onto the stage nervously. It's like, oh, it's kind of cute. But,
you know, we've been told a lot of these.
Power Rangers, baby.
Exactly. A lot of these were taking inspiration, I guess, from football. But that one was very
That's
clearly,
definitely not football.
that one was very,
I'm telling you, that ain't
very
football.
clearly not football. Unless it is. Which if it was, it's pretty cool.
If it is, yeah, look, I didn't see that during the match of the week, okay?
You know, also, a good way to intro this match is, you know, you sent me a very cute video of someone building a little house of frogs. I did watch it, and, you know, just saying, anyone out there who has frogs in your backyard, just, I guess, Google cute little house video of frogs, and you will now see what you are able to do to enable an infestation of, like, little toads in your backyard.
A habitat, if you will, rather than infestation. I think
There's a lot of them.
I think they have to be a certain classification of animals, surely, to be an infestation. Isn't that specifically vermin?
I don't know.
Like insects and stuff.
I feel like if there's a lot of anything, I would feel like they have infested my home. Those people with like 20 cats, you know?
That's an infestation.
Exactly.
Sorry, anyone at home who's got a lot of cats. It is what it is. You gotta say it how it.
I'm
I'm a play-by-play. I say it how I see it.
I'm also not saying that it can't be a good thing. I'm just, you know, it is what it is.
An adorable infestation.
Exactly.
Cats. Yeah, for anyone interested, it's some Aussie dude saw a frog on his fence, built a little 3D printed a little house for the frog, then added a pool, and then there was more frogs, and then there was some possums, so he added a little emergency escape cave. But then the possums were friendly and just wanted to drink out of the pool, so he made another frog house. And then the possum had a kid, and now that apparently they're like streaming this possum as well. So I don't know, it's become a whole thing, I guess.
You know, usually when you send me videos, I'm like, you know, this is gonna be a little funny, yeah, but it ain't gonna be a banger. That
It
one
just escalates.
Yeah, that one went the distance.
Have you seen the Twitch channel that's just otters?
No.
There's this permanent live Twitch channel of this otter enclosure in a wildlife like sanctuary, And they're just adorable. They're just straight up adorable. It's just 24/7 feed of adorable otters. And I don't know what else you could want in your life, honestly. It's fantastic. We should talk a little bit about the series that's about to happen. Draft is about to get underway. What are we saying are priorities here today, aside from otters and frogs?
I'm curious, right? Because I mean, getting to see these teams, 13.3. I believe we've already seen AL on it. They were the one who brought out the Annie in the support role. So I want to see how RNG just like Angel. I could very much imagine him playing the Annie. We've talked a lot anytime like we see RNG play that. If you go back over the years, Angel's champion pool has been very diverse. Again, the Seraphine, the Vel'Koz, the Malzahar. There's so many weird picks that jump out that he was willing to play back when he was the mid laner of Weibo. So he's someone I would expect to gravitate towards it. Ming is someone as well who could get their hands on it. But no, RNG just going to take that one off the board right away. Caitlyn's been the other champion I've been following quite a bit to see how teams adapt. And I feel like the stronger teams have very much put a lot of priority on it. But it seems like AL here saying that they are not comfortable going with that pick.
Yeah, so banning that one away. LeBlanc banned away as well, which not a particularly popular champion this split. Pins has played it one time.
She also did get buffed on 13.3. We've been seeing it a little bit more. It is something that I feel like can be brought out, especially as we've been seeing more aggressive jungle options, right? Some teams have been testing out that Lee Sin pick. And when we have Xiao Hao on the Rift, that is another champion that will be very relevant going on through. But both main junglers banned, so a Sejuani definitely can be something that's looked at. We still have Zeri, Lulu available, Lucianami. It's definitely going to be up to where RNG want to go with this one. Zeri has been pretty much their highlight AD carry so far. Gala has really loved to lean on that one. But I also always think, again, if you're going to lean on a Sejuani or something, it is completely fine.
Actually, a Lucian for the first pick. Kind of interesting to see the AD carry prioritized over junglers and things on this patch. We've seen a lot of high priority on things like, obviously the Elise is banned, but things like that, things like the Maokai, things like, you mentioned Lee Sin coming in as well, but RNG going with something safe there, and the Draven locked in answer. And you mentioned it already, Xiao Hao gets his Lee Sin.
It seems like AL understand we need to get off to a good start. Our hope of winning games is snowballing through the early game, get aggressive picks, and really just push the pace of the game so fast that the enemy can't respond. So I love seeing this. Also, not historically a Betty champion with that Draven either. So the fact that he has that confidence to try to match in that 2v2 is huge. But RNG going to look to respond. The Wukong coming out. We already know this third pick will be that Nami. So setting themselves up to have aggression in the bot lane, strong team fight in jungle, and opening up so you can lean on those AP soul lanes.
Yeah, kind of curious to see how Betty is going to perform in the bottom side against this Lucian army on Draven. We've not seen Betty play it this split. I'll have a look at his Draven stats before we get into the game so we can peruse that, but it's definitely not a pick that screams Betty to me, even playstyle-wise.
Especially, thinking back to the start of Betty's career where a lot of people might forget, Betty started out as a jungler. Betty was the Flash Wolves trainee to replace Karsa for, whenever Karsa inevitably would have left Flash Wolves. And, when they went through turmoil in their AD carry role, Betty swapped over. He was rank 1 on the Korean server at that time when he was still, must have been 16, 17, working his way up. So, yeah, we're going to see what he's able to do on this one. Lots of bans coming out on both sides so far. For AL, you'd kind of want something that really can enable them.
So I've just had a look at the stats just to see if it was just my brain malfunctioning.
No.
Yeah, no. He's played one game of Draven ever. It was a loss. It's not ideal. He went 1-3-3. Not that I really feel those games' specific stats matter. But yeah, so this is a fresh look for Betty. And like you say, clearly flexible. Wanted to be a jungler before and became quite famous as an AD carry alongside his old Flash Wolves partner here of Sword Art. But it's going to be the Jax locked in here for ZDZ.
Now looking at where RNG want to go for the soul lanes. If it was 369, you could always bring out something like a Gragas. That's something that has an incredible matchup into that Jax and will be able to do just fine. I guess he can also look to bring out a Jace if he wanted to go down the route of early aggression and just try to play off that range advantage and set up with the Syndra. You have the culling, which can look to be used to force people off as well. Or if he'll just go with a standard tank, because we do still have things. You don't really see them in a Jax, so I feel like Jax would be favorable, like the Scion. but you'll still be able to do your job. You'll still set up for the team fight.
You know, historically, when I think of Breathe, I think of like going for a carry, going for something aggressive, trying to win that matchup. But actually this year, his most played are Cassante and Sion with 5 picks each. Like, he really has been relegated into the play safe top side. We're playing Lucian Nami bot role.
Pinzi going to answer with the Galio. I like it because we have aggression on both sides, and that's always the way you want to start off for us morning, for other people, you know, day, evening, whatever it is. Both bot lanes going to want to look for those 2v2s. We know we shouldn't really expect a lot of focus up towards that top side, and even mid laners, both having setup. I'd really like to see Xiaohao get involved there as well. Syndra being that immobile control mage. If you can even just force out a flash early on, it'll open up Pinzi and Xiaohao a lot. Just hover and roam down towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, I want to see a lot of focus on that bottom side, not just from the bottom laners, not just from the observers, but from the junglers and mid laners, because I feel like it's a very influential lane. If you can get Gala ahead, he'll be able to take over. Like, if Draven falls behind, you can't really duel in the same way that you want to. But equally, if you can get Betty ahead, if you get those Galio ults to save the fights, to turn things around, Betty gets a couple of cash-ins, that's when AL can really get ahead for themselves. And actually, if you get a massive lead for AL, this is going to be a hard game for RNG to come back from. If they fall behind this Draven, it's going to be a tough one.
It will, like, they have a great front line, but a lot of their damage is definitely indexed into burst. I guess Gala can go more, you know, crit-heavy Lucian and try to be that DPS, but still, you need to get in close range. You're going to be in range of things like the Nautilus hooks, the Galio able to go in with the taunt, and it could always give anyone's Legend the avenue to just snowball the game home.
Yeah, certainly could. But here we go. RNG versus anyone's Legend. For RNG, another important win on the board for making it to playoffs. For anyone's Legend, this is a game where you're trying to stay alive for playoffs. Like, we're getting to the point in the split now where it's possible for teams to start falling out of playoffs contention. Anyone Legend 1-8 right now. They need wins if they want to stay in contention.
It's pretty much now as well, because they've played 9 series. They have 8 left. And again, typically you can slide into that 10th spot with 7 wins, but we've even had splits where it is 8, 9 typically is that number that you should feel decently secure about being in playoffs. So if AL can win the rest of the series, that's them. They would be at that magic number of 9.
Yeah.
They do have, I guess, a little bit of wiggle room, but you really don't want to leave it down to...
No.
Because even if you end up on 7 or 8, you're leaving it up to like other teams losing or...
This is the last chance they get for playoffs to be in their control.
Yeah.
For them to have control of their own destiny here. 900 total games for RNG. That's quite exciting. That feels like a low number, honestly.
I'm just surprised that that's number 1. You know, considering we've had, you know, teams and orgs that have been in the league longer. OMG, EDG, WE.
I guess RNG have most consistently been in playoffs, right? And playoffs adds a lot of games. When you're in best of 5s versus best of 3s, like LGD regularly not making playoffs, WE regularly not making playoffs.
I guess it matters if they count like the Starhorn Royal Club number of season 4.
True.
Because EDG came in season 4. The transition to being Royal Never Give Up didn't come until later. So that would make a bit more sense to me, because EDG is another team that, I mean, right? Even those early days, always going to playoffs.
Yeah. I can imagine that the number is really close. I'd love to see the actual chart of, like, what the difference is in the top 5, because I bet there's a couple of teams that are extremely close there. But RNG with the most games in the LPL at 900, that's something worth thinking about. Let's talk about this early game, though, as we've got both of our junglers pathing down towards this bottom side. Both started on their top buff. Now making it towards the, I was going to say bottom lane, but perhaps we have Xiaohao making a play towards the mid lane instead. The ward jump into the brush, finds a Sonic Wave, shouldn't be able to get a kill, but at least a bit of damage onto Angel.
Nice damage. We did highlight, right? For AL, mid just feels like such an easy look when you're going up against the Syndra. You don't want to really leave Pinzi in that isolated 1v1 where he will just lose out. Galio will get to a point where you can mostly just try to ignore some of this damage. That's why Xiaohao's going to be looking up for it again.
Flash forced from Angel. Xiaohao, if he can jump to pins, might be able to just find the Q. Angel can't dodge it, slowed up, no flash available, and there's a Justice Punch to sort it all out. Xiaohao with first blood.
Anyone's Legend reading their early game win condition quite well. Wei making his way up.
Waits for the recall to be channeled. Now 1v1 in the jungle. Forces Xiaohao away.
Luckily, Xiaohao did manage to get that Scout Grab, so you already see advantage coming out for AL, but I love it. The action just isn't stopping much heavy trading in bot lane, but no flash on the Syndra, so that makes it an easy point to look to punish. Also means Angel shouldn't be able to play as aggressively when Wei isn't around, and will give more opportunities for Xiaohao and PinZ to lean down towards that bottom lane and put more threat onto Gala and Ning.
Breathe putting some threat up in the top side as well. ZDZ forced to jump away. Both top lane is basically out of mana though, so at this point you wouldn't expect much. But we were talking about the bottom lane. It's nothing to do with the bottom lane. We are all about the mid lane so far this game, as Wei hovering around there. Gonna channel his recall in the end. And Ming just wailing away on Sword Art. Stays out of tower range, just getting the damage down as Gala slow pushes the wave.
Gonna get a replay of what happened in mid. Xiaohao doing a nice job to avoid the vision. Angel trying to get the wave pushed in so he isn't under any threat, but it opens up for AL to go for the gank. You force out the flash. And like you highlighted, if he can get the safeguard off and land the Q, that will just be a guaranteed kill for the side of AL.
Nicely done there. Well set up and well played by Xiaohao. And, you know, we came in saying, this guy's a Lee Sin player. This meta that doesn't have Lee Sin hasn't been suiting him, but feels like maybe this could be the breath of light. I love the aggression and proactivity available from the AL composition. But we are going to slowly but surely get towards that level 6 mark. And I feel like that's where this game really comes alive.
100%. I also want to highlight for AL, right? 1-8. If people weren't following last year, they might look at this roster and be like, yeah, this is expected. This was a team that almost made playoffs in summer. Ox believed in them so much, he put his name on the line. Ended up not panning out, so he did have to wear the panda costume going into playoffs.
And that's why he's not been casting anything this year, because he put his reputation on the line. Nobody values his opinion anymore. It is what it is.
But it was all off the back of believing in the squad, and it is a bit different, right? We had Chocho in bot lane, who I believe now is picked up by FPX. That got announced, and then for having Forge in the mid lane. So there are some differences, but still having a core of players that were part of that almost success, if that's a way to phrase it, from last year.
I will say, as much of a positive storyline that you're trying to say, it does highlight our expectations for AL.
It really does.
This is the positive
AL
story
almost made playoffs. Let's go.
There's one time that they almost made playoffs.
Well, I mean, if we count the Rogue Warriors days, there's more times they've almost made playoffs.
They ain't Rogue Warriors, are they? Gala dodges yet another hook. Gala has been chilling in this lane. Every time we look to the bottom lane, Solart's trying to hook him, and Gala, he's not even dodging. It's just Solart's trying to predict his movement, and Gala, stones of stone, just stands still, just avoids it.
We even see RNG doing a great job of keeping up vision. If you look at the mini-map, not only having River, they have Tri-Brush, and they have Dragon. So Xiao can't even go for any of those sneaky paths over Dragon Pit or through Tri-Brush to try to wrap around and find the gank. So making sure their bot lane is safe in all circumstances. Doesn't matter how the other lanes are going, because they feel confident. Sure, Angel might have died in mid and lost flash. He'll still be winning in terms of CS. Their top lane is a tank Scion. He's going to do fine. So as long as the vision is all oriented around their bottom side, RNG will be able to at least keep up that consistent source of pressure to have a win condition.
Yeah, should be able to do that and manage to get a plate for themselves, which is not something you usually expected a Lucian Nami lane early on. Sword Art wide on yet another hook. Feel like we need a Sword Art hook counter this game, because so far it's not looking pretty. On what I've seen, he's 0 for 4, which not ideal. And I love Sword Art. I'm one of the biggest Sword Art proponents.
He's hit one, but it was the meaningless one where Betty was recalled, and we saw Ming walking up to auto it.
Oh, true.
He hooked him right next to turret, but
okay, 1 for 5. 1 for 5. We'll take that. It's the little wins.
Hey, that's before it would have been 0%. Now we're at a solid 20.
Yeah. That's a 20% increase on previous estimations.
And look, he just dodged the bubble, so he might be missing skill shots, but also dodging out.
Yeah, I'm ready for this hook. He's waiting for the wave to position itself, but he's gonna go in. Betty's there, follow up. The ultimate comes out. Bing, bam, bam, ba, boop, boop, boop. It's a kill. Culling denied by the stand aside. Forgot the ability name for a second there. I was going to call it Whirling Death, but that is the ult.
The speed up, fast, runny move.
That's called Blood Rush.
You know, it's funny that, I have to do play-by-play next week and, like, ability names.
Good luck.
But coming back into this, I'm kind of interested to see how these teams approach Rift Herald, because we saw ZDZ get a really nice ward on RNG's Blue Muff, which should give them information to theoretically, play for it, have a better setup going through. We even see Xiaohao getting another ward. But with the fact that RNG's bot lane have been able to keep up pressure in the 2v2, they got to reset first. It means that Ming will be on the map first. So with Xiaohao starting it, I want to see if RNG elect to lean over. But again, the good thing is those wards, AL will know.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little curious what RNG are kind of waiting for in this game. It feels like Xiaohao has had his run of the map, right, where he's the one that's having significant pressure in the mid lane. He got the Drake, now he's getting the Herald. RNG, they're all level 6 at this point, aside from maybe Ming. Feels like there's a moment at which this RNG squad will make a move. This is not a team to just do nothing and slowly lose the game. But I'm curious what that moment is going to be that they decide to turn on the proactivity.
You now have, we've had ultimates in mid lane for a little bit, so you could look for mid, like sure, Pinzi's Gallia a little bit tankier in terms of like having Merc treads and things that could prevent Syndra from finding kills. Still having the burst to CC there.
Oh no, Breathe, he's been baited in. Uses the ultimate, uses the flash, but actually he was baiting all along as well. Weighs it. And Xiaohao's attempt to use this Herald will be denied. 1 for 6 on Sword there. As Gala, I mean, it's the stylishness with which Gala dodges every single one of these hooks like it's nothing. Every single time he just reads Sword Art.
Yeah, doing a great job of that. I do want to highlight for the top lane play, at least AL not expending anything to where for Breathe did have to use the flash, even the ulti. So definitely a lot more expended by the side of RNG than what AL used in return. We're at a point, though, where, Sunfire Cape now picked up by Breed, so should have a lot. He's been doing fine in that lane anyway, even having a bit of a lead, but can have a lot easier time of even just ignoring ZDZ, making sure that wave gets pushed out. And now, once Breed's ulti is up, maybe we can start seeing RNG being the ones to look for more proactive plays, push out the wave quickly, start to hover down towards mid. Dragon's going to be up in a minute 15. That could be a timing where you utilize just how quickly Sion is able to traverse the map with that ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be the moment for RNG to try and find a numbers advantage and turn a play around. The only risk of that is Plate's still up for another couple of minutes. You leave Jax alone for a minute or so there, he is going to get big. He is going to get tasty real fast.
And that's going to be what AL are hoping for, right? If AL can't just snowball this early game home, which they haven't really been able to find a lead, even if they have been the ones finding small wins, you're going to be relying a lot on ZDZ. But we don't care about ZDZ because we have both junglers in the bot lane. Wei and Xiaohao waiting in the wings. Can Sword Art land a hook?
Xiaohao's made it a little bit more obvious what's going on as Gala goes in, tries to base hit, tries to make it look like he's overstepping. But I feel like AL know what's going on here. I feel like AL aren't going to go for the bait on this one. And even if they wanted to, Sword Art wouldn't hit the hook, so... Yeah. Sorry, that was mean.
That was.
This is just bullying at this point.
Both junglers still here.
It's not wrong, though.
It feels even worse that it's real, though.
Yeah, it does.
If it was wrong, that'd be one thing, but Wei really just having
he's
so much patience.
I would go as far as greedy at this point for the play. Like, that's a long time to spend in the brush.
He also does have, like, a majority of his camps are still up. Xiaohao going to look for mid once again.
Oh,
great kick!
Oh, the flash kick from Xiaohao. That was gorgeous. Here comes the play from Breathe, though, to answer. Double knock-up into double knock-up. Unfortunately, that's all Sion has to offer.
And that's not the impact we wanted to see it used with. We hit on that closer to Dragon. You might see this play coming on through, but Syndra's dead. Your jungler's not leaning over. There's no way for you to answer that play. AL even going to be able to get the Rift Herald charge in mid. Sure, we just saw RNG force Betty and Sword Art off turret and picked up another play, but that's being responded in topside by ZDZ.
Great stuff from Anyone's Legend. Honestly, at least there's a Drake for RNG, but it does feel like a consolation prize at this point. I just want to see the replay. The mechanics from Xiaohao there were absolutely gorgeous. Predicting the flash, going for the kick of his own.
Goes for it, starts up, kick into the flash, had the ward up top as well. Just, so once the flash came out, he could traverse enough distance and really just beautifully put together by him. Xiao Hao, Lee Sin aficionado, even with the fact that it only got small buffs coming through, you knew he'd be one of the players to really lean on this pick.
Yeah, big time. And I feel like Xiao Hao often had been the target of conversation of like Rogue Warriors and their mojo. Like me and you, we're big fans of the old Rogue Warriors squad and how they used to play. And I feel like a lot of the time Xiao Hao was one of the players towards the end of the Rogue Warriors dynasty.
And shout out to Haro.
Shout out to Haro as well.
I'll always miss him with his. I mean, this like core or like whether it was RW or AL have always just had a knack for picking up these like very aggressive junglers who are willing to look for the fights.
Yeah, at least definitely in that pool for Haro. But yeah, Xiao Hao on the Lee Sin. He's got the mechanics. He's certainly got the style. It's just often about, like, when you think about Rogue Warriors previously, like historically, it's been about like they can take the early game to anyone, and sometimes they win those games. This was the team that would take any top team to 3 games, but guaranteed that they will lose that series anyway. Because it always felt like late game when it came down to team fights, when it came down to objective control, they just didn't have that coordination. But so far today, they're against arguably a top team. I guess that's subjective at the moment with them in the standings, but they're looking fantastic in the early game.
And I will say, like, ever since they become anyone's legend, right, I feel like they haven't been as aggro and crazy in the early game, have shored up some of the other areas, but it does feel like more of a decent spread. The thing is, since you're not heavily indexing into any one area, that's where it feels a little hard to, like, find ways. And, like, imagine AL, like, beating teams above them and things like this when you have, like, a better spread in terms of just being a more specialized team. But they're looking for it now. We haven't seen too much action. Even though we've praised AL for the small wins they found, again, I still want to highlight RNG are only 1K gold behind. They are getting Breathe just absolutely huge. So in this team fight, you really aren't going to have anyone who's going to be able to deal consistent DPS and take him down.
Yeah. Also, it's often tough to play Draven in these kinds of situations when you're against like a Nami, because not only the bubbles, but the tidal wave as well. Everyone knows where your axes are going to land, so positioning can be really tough, especially with a Wukong in there as well to follow up, a Sion in there to follow up. It is going to be tough when it comes to those team fights for Betty to position, unless there's just major threat. And I think that's where ZDZ comes into the conversation, right? If he can threaten the backline himself, if he can cause enough ruckus among the RNG roster, then it gives Betty the space to play out these fights.
RNG at least having a lot of decent tools to be able to deal with him as long as they have someone marking those flanks. But AL going to use the meantime to look for the Rift Herald. It looks like RNG wanting to contest this one this time around. We see Breathe hovering over, Waze in the area, and RNG's bot lane going to look to get control of mid first.
So pushing up the mid wave, Sword Art there, going to go for Way. Do we count that one? Hit the clone? I think we'll give him that one. Gala, bit of damage onto Betty. He's kind of traded back though, as a Justice Punch lands onto Gala, and that's a whole bunch of Summoners burn. Nice one from Pin Z. Sword Art goes in. The rest of the team is here though, and straight into the meat grinder go AL. The front line is completely obliterated.
And I mean, just so many tools to deal with them. Waze ulti coming out, Scatter the Weak is there, Tidal Wave. Just if AL are clumped up, RNG have ways to deal with it. Especially coming off of bases where they're hitting those first sighted power spikes, especially strong on the champions they've drafted. Gale Force Mandate already being picked up. Leandri's on the Syndra. They're really just going to be able to burst out anyone on the side of AL. Like, AL's composition isn't really that tanky. You know, not all support. You're not going to get that many items. You have a Jax up for your top lane. We're going to see here how it goes down. AL wanting to be the one to start this off, but it feels so ambitious by Pin Z to get this going. And then clumped up, we see Breathe finding a 2-man knockups into the Scatter of the Weak, into the Unleashed Power. There was a Piercing Light on top of it. Just everything dumped onto those 2 members of AL. And it just shows, like, having to be really conscious about what paths you take, whether it's escape paths, traversing around the map, because RNG have so many ways of starting off fights. Literally everyone except Lucian has a way of making a fight happen. And AL,
and to be honest,
ready for it.
The way that Gala plays, I feel like Lucian almost can't start fights because he'll just Gale Force in. He'll just see the opportunity, go for a pick individually, and like whether it's his CC start the fight or not, or if it's Sword Art's answer to that, it will start a fight. Yeah, definitely plenty of proactivity available for RNG. And we did mention there might be a moment where RNG come alive. It feels like we found that moment. Garland doing exactly what we talked about, trying to find Betty. Forces the heal out there, but answered with his own flash.
Also, ultis exchange, Short Art and Ming both using those, so not going to be available for the potential incoming fight. RNG threatening Drake, but with AL dropping Herald first, RNG want to come to mid to answer. And yeah, it feels a little bit rushed by AL to throw this one on through. I guess they can't know how much RNG committed to the Drake because if we look at the vision control on bot side river, it is completely lit up for RNG.
Oh, Wei wants to engage. He doesn't just want Drake, he wants a fight as well. ZDZ stunned up, and in goes with the Cyclone. The whole team is pulled in. One down is Xiaohu behind enemy lines, but his team is being picked apart in the meantime. Betty is down, and ZDZ has a stopwatch. Is it enough for him to walk away? PinZ falls in the end.
RNG just doing a great job of cleaning up the members of AL. That even started off as a 4v5. RNG just feeling confident that they have the burst to be able to take the members of AL down because Breathe had to TP in. Now they're going to be able to transition to Dragon. Great job sending Angel to the top lane to make sure that wave gets pushed in, get a bit more pressure, and deny more golden experience from the side of AL. Just doing a great job of taking everything they can off of that winning fight.
Yep, RNG. Like you say, just the vision control so heavily in their favor that AL felt they had to contest.
And Wei, once again, being the one to start it off, finding age one member already down. Breathe comes in off of the TP like we hit on, tries to find another engage in Angel. I mean, I think I saw, maybe it was LPL fan club on someone on Twitter saying that like, or Rita, someone was joking about how Chinese fans are calling Syndra the ADC dematerializer. Just because, right? You just hit R, they're just gone. We're seeing it right there. I'm sorry that I couldn't appropriately give credit to whoever pointed out what the Chinese community was talking about. Either way, you are an absolute hero.
That is hilarious, though. Honestly, the Chinese community has some banger memes. ADC deterializer, I love that. Knock up onto Xiaohao. Oh, it's a great little kick, but it's not good enough. Zgala finishes the kill. And yet another small win for RNG. And this feels like a game of small wins, right? Where they played it super slow. And now they're like, okay, we're strong enough. Time to just win every fight.
Yeah, RNG, it seems like they were fine having the isolated win in the 2v2. They were fine just getting their carries big and strong and waiting for these 5v5s to come online. But Herald being started up, not Herald, I'm sorry, Baron. I wonder if they actually commit to this. They can have a pincer because look at where Breathe is.
Tried to find it, just drifts along to the Baron pit instead. 5k on the Baron. Xiaohao not a part of the fight. Sword Art goes in. Whirling Death is there as well. Ming in trouble and taken down by PinZ. But now the fight turns around. It's RNG's counterpunch as AL spread to the wind, scattered. ZDZ taking a tower shot there. Wei trying to catch up. Breathe wants to find PinZ. Does get the slow. Might be able to find a knock-up as well. Is Justice Punch available is the question. Denied by the squad of RNG, and another pick will be found.
So doing nice to pick up 2. They won't be able to turn right back to the Baron, but I mean, they got everything they wanted. Not only did they get 2 kills, which, I mean, to be fair, AL did get 1. They also were able to force out ZDZ's teleport, so not going to have that same amount of side lane pressure. Breeze's TP will also be up relatively soon, so they'll be the ones with more options on the map. But we'll see how it all started out. They wanted to force AL into this moment so they can look for that pincer coming from both sides. Aren't able to get the engage, and Sword Art lands an impactful hook. A lot of ults come out to make sure that Ming goes down. But I'm surprised RNG not able to find this. I guess Angel was too far back to land the Scout of the Week. Wei only able to get a Cyclone onto one member, but they at least are able to prolong the fight enough, get the slow coming out on PinZ to eventually find that second kill.
Yeah. And it does make it into a 2-for-1. It does make it a 4,000 gold lead. But it, at least for AL, denies that opportunity on Baron, right? Xiaohao was picked off. RNG tried to find that window. But still, losing 2 players, not ideal for them. Like, the whole course of the play... Oh, Wei with a clone at the last possible second there. But over the whole course of the play, it was essentially a 3-for-1, which... It's difficult to say that that went in AL's favor at that point.
No, definitely not. And like I said, the big thing to me is the TP, because we already saw ZDZ push up bot wave, and he has to pretty much consistently try to make his way over. Unless RNG are showing in a lane, like they might be doing here, is Sword Art is just gone.
Okay, so if Syndra is the ADC dematerializer, Is Lucian the support dematerializer?
I think that's fair to say.
Because he felt pretty dematerialized to me.
We're going to see if AL can do anything to stop this. Again, ZDZ can't really stay in that side lane, so he's made his way up to mid. We can see Bree did match him. RNG going to take top lane turret. But I feel like RNG at any time can feel comfortable just looking to pivot back to this Baron, especially after that bot wave gets pushed out. Maybe holding up because Drake is up in 1 minute. That would put RNG on soul point. And at this point, RNG being on 2 items, they're pretty much all an item ahead of their counterpart. I guess now ZDZ picking up his Black Cleaver, and we've had Betty on the 2 items for a little bit, but especially mid, Pinzi not exactly there just yet. Xiao Hao maybe close to gold in terms of where Wei is at, but I mean, Sword Art not even finishing off his first. It definitely feels like RNG are just going to be continuously favored to win these fights.
Yeah. And Sword Art almost getting dematerialized to get there by Gala. Feels like everywhere Sword Art goes to find vision, RNG know he's coming. RNG know they're already positioned, they're waiting for him to try and face check. And I feel like the rest of AL need to get on board. We need to see a team effort for vision as opposed to just the solo player here.
Yeah, it just feels like incredibly rough any way they go, because I feel like ideally the way they'd want to find vision is through ZDZ's pressure in the side lane and then someone like walking through that lane and entering River through there, but they haven't really been confident to push out, and RNG have done a great job of putting so much pressure other places on the map that he can't even really look to get that pressure down confidently. As we see RNG keeping up pressure in mid, top lane's in a fine position, bot wave is neutral, and it allows them to not only push mid, but also take Dragon at the same time.
This might be too niche of a question. I don't know how up to date you are on Jax builds, but is Blade of the Rune King still a Jax item? I feel like at this point in the game, AL should just be looking for Jax side lane pressure as their potential win condition, right? I don't know if Black Cleaver is really the split push item.
The big thing for Black Cleaver, right, is it's been buffed like a few patches in a row. Relatively cheap item. It got buffed once again in terms of the stats that it provides. So we're just seeing it more and more as, you know, an easy item to be able to come through early on in the game that gives relatively great stats. So, I mean, I remember people for a long time were even making the argument that we should be seeing it come out more even before the latest string of buffs. So, yeah, maybe but I feel like it's hard because for AL, I feel like even with the rest of their composition, they really needed to be aiming for, right? Yeah. Xiao dives in with Pinzi following up, ZDZ coming off on a flank and setting up for Betty. Even at this point, if he was hard winning sides, it feels like it would still be incredibly hard to be able to fight into what RNG have drafted.
Well, you were right. The jungle is just 200 gold apart. Touching distance there. The only role, it feels like, that are really close.
It'll never make... Again, I've seen a lot of people like have this discussion on whether it's Twitter, Twitch, Reddit, whatever, about like jungle golden experience. It feels like it doesn't matter who has however many kills or assists or farm, that they're always a touching distance.
Yeah. It's a huge point of contention in the community right now.
Sorry, jungle mains.
Yeah, it do be like that. As it feels like you could kind of just wait in a lane brush for a few hours in the early game and then go back to farming later, and it's still just completely fine.
Yeah. Or, again, 1B involved in 8 kills, 1B involved in 2, and still really no significant difference is Wei. They're going to look to start with the Baron. Wei being the one to zone off is...
Wei's going really deep here, but AL afraid to contest him, afraid to fight it. That was the jungler that's zoning the enemy away from the Baron. That is not the way this usually goes. Tidal Wave used by Ming here. Sword Art flashes for an engage. Angel the target. Oh, Ming, sorry. Caught up and taken down here. Great triple stun from ZDZ. This is the moment for AL. Wei chased out of the fight as well. Low on HP. The Xiao Hao looks for Gala. He's escaping. But Sword Art is there. And Xiao Hao flashes over the wall for more. Hooked back in his breathe. I don't know if they actually have the damage to kill this Scion at this point in the game. Surely Betty does, as he legs it under the tower. But AL got the fight!
And it's going to be Baron now. AL, I mean, they're going to be able to close this gold lead. Able to find everything that they were looking for. And now maybe ZDD can start putting real pressure on those sides. Now going to be able to look to play around the Straven more with the pushing lanes that you have. But you can see RNG don't really have any great way of like having people outside of the pit to prevent the entrance, because you need Scion tanking. Wei is the jungler. He needs to be hitting the Baron as well, and it opens up for the hook onto Ming to come out. And ZDZ, beautiful flash onto 3 members. It allows for the others to be able to follow up and just finish off these kills. And ZDZ puts the ward down, just flashes forward to make sure that he can guarantee that Sonic Wave and gets us through. But yeah, the key thing there was, again, who do you really have on the outside of the pit trying to prevent entry if the Baron bait is your play? Sion needs to be the one tanking Way. I mean, the one with the smite.
Yeah. And that kill for Betty, I'm pretty sure that was like 600 gold bounty. That was a huge chunk of gold that he got from 7C. LDR finish now, and a Noon Quiver on top of it, so he's headed towards a Mythic. This Draven is getting real scary. Way almost caught there. Will survive for now. The Taunt just about lands, but a good bit of damage down onto the jungler of RNG.
AL using the Baron to just maintain pressure in mid lane with Dragon coming up in a minute. I think it's a good idea, right? Maintain pressure in mid and bot. Try and get into a position where you can really set up some nice wards. And in the meantime, before Drake's up, you can really just use your Lee Sin to try to find those opportunities where you can get a good kickoff. We need to remember he doesn't have flash anymore, so not as mobile, not as threatening as it could have been, but still with access to the ward jump, maybe able to see him find something if any members of RNG extend just a little too far forward.
And it feels tense again. This game had stopped feeling tense. This game had felt like it was RNG playing with their food for a little while. But that big fight around Baron has revitalized the match for anyone's legend. For 20 seconds until Infernal Soul for RNG if they can get it.
Setting up still far. We see AF still the ones in control of River, but when you have a Scion, at least it isn't too big of a deal to just send Breathe into face check to be able to clear out these wards.
Yeah.
Flash is still up on both AD carries, but Angel with no flash is someone who can be incredibly vulnerable. A lot of it's been down to, honestly, supports overstepping, right? Whether it's like Ming, who we saw just get caught on the previous play, or Sword Art a lot of the times being the one too far forward and landing a hook that he necessarily doesn't want to land. So we're looking at Ming and Sword Art.
Look how unafraid Breathe is. I mean, we saw it in the previous fight, how hard he is to kill for anyone's legend. But with the LDR finish for Betty this time, there is damage available there. Angel zoning ZDZ on the backside as into the pit. Go RNG. Dragon resetting for a second there. 4K on the health bar. AL don't want to give this one up. It might come down to a spite fight here. Are you serious? He gets it. That's soul taken for RNG. Anyone's legend. I mean, can you even fight at this point? Pinzy chased down by Gala. A 1-for-0 with Soul. In fact, Sword Art died in the midst of all of that too. As Xiaohao falls, a double for Gala, and Betty being corralled, being pushed into a hole. 3 for Gala in the fight, and I think that might just be it.
And you could see that AL just looked so pressured and didn't really know what to do because they're hitting Dragon in that situation where it's like, hey, RNG are the ones who benefit off of you turning this into a 50-50. They just need one. They just need one Drake. How do you pick that up or not for AL? It really wouldn't have meant too much for you other than the fact that it is a denial. And now, I mean, Gal is pushed up. He's going to have a wave. I don't know how confident they are looking to try to pressure an inhibitor turret with death timer so low. And it looks like, yeah, just going to go for resets at the end of the day.
Yeah, they can reset. They can, you know, set up for a future push. But ultimately, with Soul...
Look at the gold lead. It exploded again.
Yeah, I just...
Okay, the weird thing to me is the fact that AL were the ones hitting this Drake the whole time to even get it in this situation. And RNG benefit from this play. Sword Art looks like in the meantime ended up getting caught out. Angel able to take him down. And then leaving AL in this position now, I mean, having to deal with the damage from the Infernal Soul. They're scattered and separated from the way that this play panned out to where Pinzy is able to get taken down. And then RNG just able to run home with it. For AL, I feel like you just need to be more willing and more confident to try to force an engage, even if it wasn't the ideal one, which is hard, because then you're setting up in a situation where RNG theoretically still win a team fight if you aren't landing a hook onto, you know, Angel who didn't have flash, or onto Ming walking too far forward. But I think at the very least, trying to get out of that extended standoff in front of an objective that RNG are kind of happy if you're the one setting up the coin flip.
Yeah, oh, Gala with the culling. Big damage onto ZDZ, but can't finish the job. But now with Infernal Soul, they can very easily finish these towers off. They have so much damage. Betty just getting dived by Gala. Basically 2 shots. Sword Art next on the chopping block. And chop he will be. That doesn't make sense, but ZDZ with the 5-man stun Gala surviving regardless as Angel gets the kill. No, Pinsy shuts him down. 1,000 gold is the consolation prize as it's Angel with a double kill now. And whether Gala lives or not, Lyric, I think that is game.
Yeah, RNG, 4 members strong, gonna be able to push the base down. They gave a little panic, they added some tension to the game, but it still ends the way that honestly, on paper, you would have expected.
Yeah. And now potentially a Nexus dive. This felt like a confident game for RNG. Even with the shenanigans that occurred around Baron, like, I feel like those shenanigans were based on RNG overconfidence as opposed to...
I don't know if overconfidence is like the right word, but it does feel like, it feels more to me like they wasted some time rather than that play itself was an overconfident one, because the Baron bait, in theory, it's like, hey, a couple minutes ago, you guys forced ZDZ's TP, and that's when they stopped going for the Baron bait. And then they re-go for it, you know, after 4 or 5 minutes, he now has it back up. And it's like, okay, again, if you were looking for this play because you were so far ahead to find an explosive team fight, I don't know why they didn't use that window where ZDZ can't TP in and find, what was it, a 4-man stun in the fight that AL won?
3-man stun, yeah.
So, yeah, it felt a little bit weird, and like how RNG were utilizing that time as compared to, I guess, the play itself.
Yeah. And, yeah, a game of highs and lows for anyone's Legend, right? And for RNG, where we have these huge explosive team fights, like that massive one around Baron for anyone's Legend, the fact that they're keeping the early game so close and managing to go toe-to-toe, like the ganks early on from Xiaohao looking fantastic. But in the big picture, anyone's Legend didn't feel like they knew how to play this one out. Like, it felt like RNG were in control of the macro beyond sort of 20 minutes.
It never looked like there was a plan of like, hey, we get this kill and we can like turn it into this and move it this way, which, to be fair, right, AL never found an overwhelming opening, but even things like, you know, you force, like, let's even ignore the kill. You force him just flash early. This now opens up for either more repeat ganks, more times we're just leaning Xiaohao over, showing him in mid, allows him to push out the wave, and now he can start leaning bot, and Gala now can't take these turret plates like we're seeing. We didn't even see any of that. We didn't really see any link up or cohesion between the lanes or the advantages that they got.
Yeah, bit of a tough one for anyone's Legend, but RNG, a solid game overall. Again, like, not a perfect game, definitely not perfect, but in the grand scheme of things, I think you'll take that. And looking towards game number 2 now, I'm curious how AL are going to approach this, like what they're going to change. Like, do you take this Draven for the bottom lane when it didn't feel like they could win that 2v2? It didn't feel like that. I mean, as I'm saying about the bottom lanes winning, I think we can see which bottom lane won. Gala with 40,000 damage. I mean, that is absurd. Even like, that's not even like a compositional thing. That is an absurd amount of damage.
No, and it even shows like in one of the earlier fights that we highlighted where Breathe got like the ultimate on the 2 members and the Cyclone followed up. The thing that looked like it did the most damage in that fight was just like the piercing light that came through from Gala, even with everyone else throwing everything out. So Gala, huge performance. This is why RNG weren't stressed even when ganks were going off in the mid lane, even when Jax was still on a free farm up in top side, because they're like, hey, our bot lane's in an isolated 2v2. We're keeping up vision around it, and they are doing incredibly well. They had faith that Gala would be able to take over this one, and take over this one, he did.
Yeah. One thing that you can't say is that Gala ain't a good AD carry, because his movement is so clean. His damage is insane. This guy continuing to have an incredible career. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out what Gala's got in store for us right after.
Weibo Gaming annihilate the rest of them, even getting in with a bit of health under his belt. Nothing stops Xiaohu right now as the Shy just running at them, level 18 now as well. The whole team there. He's going to go into Maganar. No, he's denied. He's dead. At least they kill the Shy, but at what cost with a triple kill forward? Look at the man go. We haven't talked about him all game, but with a Quadra going over, Light Yagami, write it down. He is Kira with a Penta in his name.
This time the Nautilus leads, but J2G, they don't want to give this one up for free, it looks like. Cannon Barrage is online.
We go, Kanavi gets a great kick onto TN, he can't even repel! And Kanavi survives, the healing comes through! Look at this, the re-engage, Kanavi still going strong with the Conqueror! And one more Q will finish the job of Mark, dodges it, throws the thumbs up, and turns it around! Mark, so close and yet so far! Kanavi with the double!
And Kitty, we talked a lot about the all-in skirmishing from Ultra Prime. It's set up for success already. Rather, it might not be because there's a gank in the top side. Harry going to get the sun down. He holds onto his own summoner. Tries to outplay it. The hop! No way does Harry get out of that. The hop juke. He gets whacked off an under turret. Ning, you hero, you absolute demon. Harry as well. Well-deserved first blood. Who's visiting his home as the door was unlocked. Chain Disruption does connect on the edge. That
Oh my
hitbox
God,
crazy, but the
easy.
explosive cast may have killed Caster. Beautiful ulti coming through with Gideon's dying breath. Caster takes one more. All he needs to die. Doesn't land. No, Caster alive. He skirts out death and baits IG into their demise.
Maybe JDG can still fight this one. Even a man down. Ruler only just making his way over, but look at the damage out from Knight. Tien almost dies his jungler. Ruler with the snipe from downtown, and here comes down the top side of the plate. Ching Tien over the wall. Jackila forced out as well. The stunts are there, and Ruler gets another.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪も
下场对阵 AL 战队的话，我觉得他们上单就是跟我是老乡嘛，我就不给他留情面了。我觉得不需要对他做出什么针对吧，他的话我就了如指掌嘛。然后我觉得他应该在温州比不过我。在温州我称第二上单，没人敢称第一。
Wow. Strong statements there from Breathe. Apparently, him and CDZ from the same town.
Yep, he said, no one's going to outdo him in Wenzhou. I'm just saying.
Oh.
He said it. I believe him.
Yeah, I'm on board. Based on that previous game as well, I'm definitely on board. Looking good in that one. Tell you who else was looking good, though. Gala.
Yeah.
Gala was looking good. He may not be from Wenzhou, but he was still looking good regardless. 40,000 damage across the course of that last game. I think the next highest was like 15k or something.
Yeah, doing almost 50, I'm not going to say almost, doing 50% of your team's damage is absolutely outrageous. Even on like the higher end, I mean, we lose our mind when we see 40%. We're like 40% of your team,
yeah,
that's showing up, but 50%. I mean,
it would make sense if like the Galio was on the enemy team, or was on his team or something. He had a Syndra in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He's still doing 50%. That's insane.
Even Syndra against the Galio, where like you're getting a lot of value and like throwing out autos, sticking with like your spheres whenever you want. But again, this ain't a knock on Angel. This is just showing how much Gala was able to get done in these team fights. A great setup. I also still just want to highlight Wade because Wade had some great cyclones, especially in earlier skirmishes. Breathe finding some nice ultimates. A lot of it really just allowing for Gala to be able to come in. And I mean, even Gala just aggressively going forward whenever he wanted. You hit on it in the cast, like I said, 4 engage like tools there. Gala really just serving as his own, finding those opportunities perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely huge from Gala, finding opportunities, as you say, like picking people off. It does feel like when you watch Gala play Lucian, it's like an assassin. You know, he plays it like an assassin. And Ming obviously there, enabling a lot of that damage to come on through. But regardless, it takes a good pilot to play Lucian the way that it's being played there. Worth mentioning as well before we jump into the next game, Angel actually being subbed out. It's going to be Tang Yuan stepping in for RNG in the mid lane. Yeah,
it does feel like one of those ones where it's like, hey, RNG know they're heavy favorites coming to this one. They had a relatively easy in game one, and maybe wanting to give Tang Yuan more time on stage and again help him and allow his development to come through is maybe like a future use for the RNG organization coming in as a starter. So I like the move. I'm excited to see if it pans out. I mean, if AL are able to put up more of a fight based off this, because we did see Xiao Hao able to enable Pinsy early on with some ganks, but maybe get Pinsy on something a bit more carry oriented and give him that same pressure. Maybe now this is a point of like contention that you can exploit.
Yeah, we'll see if that could be the angle for anyone's legend, or whether it's not going to matter for RNG.
Yeah,
it really will depend a lot on the draft as well. I'm curious if RNG will have a different approach with this other mid laner, right? Whether they have like, okay, Angel's going to play these champions, and Tang Yuan is going to come in and play this other pool. You know,
Tang Yuan was the much more like old school RNG-esque player. I mean, we could see Galio. He had a Lissandra game, which Lissandra this split, incredibly weird. Like that actually might be the only Lissandra game of the split. So, yeah, I'm interested to see where they want to go. If they have like a set strategy that they've been playing with him in scrims, or like not like necessarily a strategy in terms of these 5 set picks, right? Because the league drafting is dynamic, but a set play style that they want to pivot to. Because we also do have a change of sides coming out. RNG will move over to the red side, so can potentially open up for those counter picks to come out mid lane, like we saw in game 1. Pinzi was able to get that counter pick up against Angel.
Yeah, absolutely. But RNG, certainly no strangers to the red side. I'm sure that they'll have a plan coming in here. There's very confident win rates on both. Is that a let me sign?
We have a let me crown. We have a let me crown from RNG.
Going old school right there. It's been a little old while since we saw Let Me on stage.
I mean,
I've never cast Let Me.
I was gonna say we haven't even
actually. I might have in like a TFT
in a
show
show
match. Or
match.
something.
Yeah. It does sound familiar that Let Me has been
Yeah.
in those. So, but yeah, it's even crazy to think about that. Even season 9 feels old at this point.
Yeah.
Man, 4 years ago. I guess it is quite a while. But we're going to move right into draft. Like we said, swap of sides coming out. And looking at how the bans are shaping up so far, we already see AL pivoting a little bit, wanting to take Syndra off.
Just on the note of time for a second, I want to throw something at you that might ruin your entire life. It's been like 4.25 years, right, since season 9. That is a quarter of the required age to play in the LPL.
That is crazy. That is, yeah. I guess you could have been like an infant when LPL started. Well, I guess not like a toddler, like 4 or 5 years old when LPL started, and here you are. We have those people. We have people who were watching LPL as kids playing in LPL.
Yeah,
that's weird.
It's mind blowing. It's actually mind blowing. Let's talk draft a little bit. 80 carries being taken off the board this time. Caitlyn, Varus, Lucian all removed. The Syndra taken away as well from Tangyuan. And then the 2 junglers of Elise and Maokai, which means Lee Sin wide open for Xiaohao's first pick.
The other thing to point out is Annie this time has been let through. We highlighted AL, have already played that in the support role once. RNG, this will be our first look to see if they opt into playing it. Right now, hovering the Ashe, which coming into the patch, we saw actually Ashe Prio stay pretty much the same, but as more days have gone on, we've seen it pop a little bit in RNG. I love this, saying, hey, we saw you piloted this in game 1. We feel confident going with it ourselves, and they're going to look for the same amount of domination.
Yeah, I feel like that is the face that Gala was pulling as he looked at it, honestly.
Way's face, the aggressive.
Yeah, just like, ah! Yeah, he's like,
reminds me of your Sooning Lion face.
Oh, no.
That's still on the internet, which is great.
Yeah, unfortunately. I fear it will be forever. But I love this from Gala, just like, you know what? You played Draven last game and I wasn't a fan. Well, let me show you how it's done. We'll see what AL are going to lock into it. I feel like Kai'Sa is not the pick into Draven. You do not have the range for that matchup.
No, not a lot of, again, a lot of these priority 80 carries have already been taken off the board. I mean, really the only priority 80 carry left is still somebody we've highlighted being Lazari, but even that can have a tough time down in that bottom lane. So far, it looks like the things they've hovered is maybe even just opting out of engaging in the 2v2 and setting up for something more that can just play for the fights later on. Jack's locked in now for ZDZ. I feel like ZDZ was one of the highlights of that game 1 for AL and has one of the highlights of this split. And Pinzi will get his hands on the LeBlanc. Will go for it blind, so does give Tang Yuan some room to answer. We already highlighted how Lissandra is something that he's already played this split so far, so that's something that has traditionally been an answer into that LeBlanc.
Yeah. So Pinzi going for the LeBlanc. He has played it once this split. We saw it banned in the previous game. And then the Lissandra that you mentioned will be the answer for the LeBlanc in the mid lane. So now we go to, I suppose, solo laner bans, but realistically, we've already got a Jax in there. We've got our junglers in. You could start banning the support role, honestly.
You can even just take off more 80 carries. There's already 3 80 carries out of contention. You could just make that pool even more awkward for AL to play, especially since you as a team still need to opt into your support as well. So I like it. They're going to take away the Ezreal. We'll see what they go with for that next one, because we've seen some things like Aphelios popping up more, but again, that's not incredibly high range. And it really feels like anything in terms of the 2v2 is going to be quite rough, and it really is just going to be about playing more for the fights.
Yeah. Do you want $1 million idea?
What?
Stand outside the LPL arena in Shanghai and sell iPad cases that have a handle on so you can hold them one-handed for the camera. I keep on seeing these fans like struggling to hold their iPad with one hand.
I don't know why you're
wanna
giving
hold
me,
something else
why
out.
you're giving away this idea for free to the millions.
Like I'm a
millions
generous
of
man.
viewers we have right now.
Yeah.
When you could just go to
Billions,
this.
probably.
Billions, exactly.
I can't see the view count, therefore I presume it's breaking all current Twitch records.
You know, I bet this is above any LPL finals we have actually ever had. But
Comfortably.
now for actually gonna go with the Ornn.
I mean, Breathe is just doubling down on the tank identity.
We also
this year.
get laughs coming out from Wei and Breathe with a bit of a grin. I mean, again, very weird one. Tang Yuan coming in, enabling his pull more. Gala going towards the Draven. Like, very interesting draft and idea coming out from RNG so far. This would be one of the things that would allow you to be able to keep up with that range. It isn't something Betty's played this split, but you're playing Zig, so he's just going to opt into being that wave clear duty, right? You're already kind of set up to have a lot of strong pressure inside with Jax and LeBlanc. So for AL, I like where they've headed with the first 3 picks that they've opted into.
I swear Solar has the most contagious laugh in the whole LPL.
He does.
I couldn't even hear it, and I'm laughing along with him. Like, his smile, him and Karsa, those are the 2 most, like, contagious smiles in the LPL. I'm just saying, both Flash Rules players. Maybe there's a link there.
I don't know. Maple's laugh, nowhere near as...
No, true.
You know? I do love Maple, but it just...
Oh,
wait.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I love this. I'm so excited to get into this game.
Wait, is this on support? Can you imagine?
I would assume it's Shen. But
yeah.
at the same time, it's like, I guess where are you going? It actually might even make more sense to put the Shen top, not matchup-wise, but like, as Shen, you are not going to be looking to ult necessarily up to top or to mid this game, right? No. It is all about your Draven. Literally, this is Gala. I don't want to say 4 wards, but, you know, 4 people, it's all about protecting the president. To where for AL, it's the complete opposite. They don't care about Betty. They saw Betty got kind of smacked in the first game, not able to find the impact, and it is about PinZ and ZDZ. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, Xiao trying to get a kick, right? Xiao trying to somehow find a moment.
Hey, but if he does, if you take out that Draven,
it's huge.
Yeah, you don't really have much.
There's nothing. There is no damage on this squad aside from Draven. This is going to be an interesting game. Betty on the Ziggs. The one problem I have with this Ziggs pick here is your wave clear isn't that great early on. And with how RNG have drafted now, there is a very real chance that we get some dives. There is a very real chance that there is some serious aggression towards that bottom side. And Betty could be in serious trouble.
It's not even the same as in game 1 where you have like this easy gank set up mid onto an immobile mage. For the side of AL, I mean, you're going up against Lissandra. You have the E to be able to try to escape. You have the W that, like, if Lee Sin comes in, you pop the W, and, you know, that gives you some time. Maybe you have to expend a flash, but level 6, especially once the ult's online, there's a lot of ways for Tang Yuan to get through this pressure, which won't open up AL to lean heavily with 4 members down to the bot lane to at least alleviate any pressure. But I guess that isn't the plan for AL anyway. We highlighted for AL, it's going to be a lot about the soul lanes. It's about leaving Betty on his own and getting Sword Art to a point where he can roam.
Oh, poor behavior from ZDZ there.
Where's the
etiquette?
Where's the Wenjo respect?
I know. Well, you say that. I'm not sure Breathe had much Wenjo's respect either.
If you didn't see that Breathe interview, yeah, Breathe didn't really have any respect for ZDZ.
I feel like that question is just appropriate in general.
But it did feel more like, hey, we're from the same town. Like, he said, we know each other well. Like, banter rather than like...
Yeah.
This guy sucks.
Rather than hitting the bone plating. Come on, bro. Wei is moving up to the top side. This ain't banter. It ain't anything, in fact. He's going to go for his red buff instead. Okay. RNG, really interesting composition here. They're all inning on Gala. And to be honest, with the last couple of years of RNG, and also with the previous game, I can understand it. The last time Shen was played as a support, 703 days ago? 730 days ago?
2021 spring.
How is spring 2021 730 days ago? Where is my life going?
Over 2 years, piloted by the PP God Master himself. But now Ming gonna bring it out. Again, gonna give them a lot of options in mid. They have so many ways to just dive the backline. Like Wei jumping in with the Shen ultimate, Tang Yuan going in with the Claw to pop his ulti. I mean, you have long range engage coming out from the Call of the Forge God. And that's what you're gonna need. You're gonna need to buy a lot of space for Gala. Is Tang Yuan taking a bit of an aggressive trade, but does have the corrupting pot going, even having Electrocute, which we saw become more standard for Lissandra as she developed through last year. People moving away from the Aftershock and going for this more intensive build. So this is wrong. It wasn't Corrupting Pot. Lissandra did just have normal potions. It is Pinzi looking for those aggressive trades with that Corrupting Potion.
Yeah, we see the reset come out from Tang Yuan. Just get a TP back into that mid lane. As aggressive trades on both sides as well, because Pinzi was tanking a lot of minions. He traded basically half of his HP to get that damage off onto Tang Yuan. As Gala and Ming kind of starting as they mean to go on here. Just brute forcing waves underneath the tower.
You hit on it though, right? Ziggs, your wave clear not really coming online until, I mean, you need a couple points. I even feel like Lost Chapters is a pretty big one before you start feeling any like meaningful wave clear coming out from your bombs.
And on top of that as well, like it's kind of like Tristana in a way where your damage is too splashy a lot of the time that you end up, by getting one CS, you ruin another CS when you're trying to hit under the tower. Like, your passive is really the only tool that's a positive in that situation. Can be very difficult to get all of the CS. And I anticipate we will see a pretty significant CS gap build up for Gala, at least in the first few minutes, until Ziggs has a few levels on his queue.
A lot of it's going to come down to junglers. Xiaohao already hovering around towards that mid lane, but it looks like maybe just making his way up towards top. He has topside pressure with ZDZ to utilize that Scuttle Crab, but Xiaohao smells something.
He certainly does. He's going to jump in straight onto Wei. Wei can get over the wall, though, and we'll be able to do so.
Nice patience, waiting out the Sonic Wave, not allowing Xiaohao to be able to follow up. Though had Xiaohao follow it up, I don't know if that would have even been good for him, considering that both Gala and Ming, I mean, they have Prio, and they were actually hovering around River. Could have been a potentially great bait to make sure that Xiaohao would then have to burn Flash to get away.
Yeah. I will say, though, if I'm Xiaohao in this game, after how game number 1 went down, I'm willing to take riskier plays to try and make something happen, to try and find a lead for myself early, because I feel like they need to. Flash for Flash. And now Betty's Flash on cooldown. You just know everyone's going to be focusing on this bottom side, if they weren't already.
And I love the use of emotes because something we haven't talked about, it's been a few years now, right? Betty, I mean, actually used to be on RNG.
Yeah,
Gala replaced Betty. Gala was not the replacement for Uzi. Betty came in first. So Betty very familiar with Ming and playing for that RNG roster. Now, sadly, on the receiving end of the RNG punishment. Maybe would much enjoy the former days. The RNG didn't really have great success that year.
Oh.
Actually had no success that year.
Neither did EDG. That was a weird year.
2020.
Like, that was the rise of top esports JDG.
Way. Well, you might get caught off guard.
There are 3 players here for anyone's legend, but they don't know Wei's here. They're trying to go for the dive instead. Wei buying as much time as he possibly can. Pinzi in trouble as Wei goes on to ZDZ instead. The burn isn't enough. Wei's underneath the tower now, and Xiaohao and Pinzi want a little bit more. He's inside a minion wave, though, and they both have skill shots. It won't matter. Pinzi grabs it.
ZDZ also getting his ultimate at the perfect time to pop that one to try to make sure that he doesn't go down to Wei. And you just sit on it. AL able to pick up 2 kills in this top side. It's what I love. Drafted very differently from RNG, going with soul laners that have the opportunity to link up to get ahead. They're going to have strong pressure insides, and they're going to be the ones forced to take over this game. I thought they would be more patient and maybe Wei would be the one getting caught out, but didn't even matter. They knew they had the damage to be able to take down Breathe. We're going to see here goes in. Jack's ultimate popped, throwing out the ult as well to try to get some of those stacks going.
God.
And then Wei taking a lot of punishment, trying to find that return kill. And it sets up for, even though Sonic Wave doesn't land, Sigil of Malice comes on through, E from Xiaohao, and then with Distortion from Pinzi, that was the nail in the coffin.
And like you say, the Grandmaster's Might legitimately saving ZDC's life right there. That is kind of insane how close that was. But a huge moment where ZDZ now already with a Sheen, like that top matchup is going to be great for him. But Pinzi's in trouble. The chain, no, the flash comes out. Merc treads finish for Pinzi off the back of the gold of the previous play. Absolutely massive. It's now RNG look for something on the bottom side. Instead, Betty the target blasts everyone away, but it won't matter. A cash in for Gala. Xiaohao, next one on the chopping block, and it's Axes to take off his head. Sword Art alone under the tower, and RNG answering kind.
RNG playing towards their strong side, setting up Drake, and AL looking to contest. I don't think that's the play, AL. I think you just keep hammering home on your solo lane success, and you have to be willing to give up some of these early Drakes. First 2 Drakes, and just look to keep it up with ZDZ, keep it up with TES, because when you open it up like this, I mean, Gala getting that first cash, the second one was only 90 gold, not meaning as much, but still another kill in pocket means he might even just be able to finish off his item right away. And it looked like it started off with a catch onto Ming, but then wanting to stick around, knowing the Dragon Strike, this is the part where AL get a little overzealous. They even know that Breathe is in the mid lane. He made his way down to gank from top, so this could have even been a 5v4 had this gone on any longer, but it didn't need to because we see here with the CC coming on through, Gala allowed to get that first one. And I love the confidence following up the flash, knowing Xiaohao's low enough to finish him off too.
And with the first strikers, sorry, he doesn't have first strike, what am I talking about? But with the passive stacks, got an extra, what, I think it was 368 gold. He's got an Essence Reaver in his pocket at 8 minutes. I mean, this is what Betty dreamed of in the previous game.
And this was really RNG's only win condition. This was everything that they were betting on. And AL, again, not to be too critical, but really being the ones to give it over to them, really just felt like a time to clear your Krugs. Okay, you forced Ming back, and then just default back to playing with ZDZ and TES. You drafted Zigzona, Betty, already in the last chapter, level 6, getting to a point now where he should be fine to play by himself. Sure, you're going to end up giving up turret plates and losing out on that bot side, but I think you find more value bringing Sword Art elsewhere, which shouldn't be something he's unfamiliar with. We think back to, not Weibo, but Suning, and he was very much a leave Huanfeng by himself, go play with SOFM, and then make their way up towards top lane to enable Min.
Well, Tang Yuan proxies E too soon. Uses the ultimate.
Yes, flash.
Ming has ult available as well. And AL realized this is not a play they can go for. The fact that he doesn't lose a summoner spell there is criminal, honestly. I can't believe he got away with that.
All down to the fact that RNG's other members are on Drake. Ming also having his ulti available means he could have very quickly joined up. So AL not wanting to overcommit for a play that they weren't 100% confident in. So still they could have been a bit more aggressive though, and at least tried to get that without overcommitting too far. But still, forced out Tang Yuan's ulti. You'll take that if you can make a play off the back of this, right? It doesn't even necessarily need to be on Tang Yuan himself, but maybe getting into the enemy jungle, getting some vision down, and looking for some of these plays.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Tang Yuan follow that E, use his W as pins is under the tower. Like, that's an opportunity for a kill, honestly, for Tang Yuan, but playing it safe, playing slow and steady for the time being.
We'll be able to force his way back, pick up this Scuttle Crab. But RNG, their bot lane's still in a fine position. They're not turning this into a huge CS lead, but setting up for a way to be able to come back down. Sword Art doesn't have flash, so he could potentially be an easy target. Betty does have his summoners, so any gank that comes through, barring a mess up, Betty should manage to get away.
So just stack it up for the time being, and we slow down again a little bit. Perhaps RNG waiting for Tang Yuan's ult to be able to force play again. But we have seen RNG being proactive this game, right? We saw Breathe try and gank in the mid lane. We saw, obviously, the play towards Dragon as well. It does feel like this time around, like game number 1, RNG very, very slow in the early game, waiting for later. This time around, it does feel like they are more than willing to push the envelope a little bit.
Yeah, I like the Breathe move. The bot side punish feels more like them just realizing, what are these morons doing? Why are they fighting into us here? But maybe we'll see more come on through, as you highlighted, Ming with the ulti especially.
Tang Yuan, aggressed upon. Just ults. Actually, didn't ult himself there. He ulted Sword Art. And now the rest of the squad moving in. Knockups from Wei as it's followed up by Xiaohao. Oh, but he survives with a modicum of HP. Second time this game that a player has walked away with basically nothing left.
RNG hoping to find something with the Shen ulti. They weren't able to. AL doing a great job to be able to turn that around. I feel like this is where they should be stronger. And now my eyes are just on where Xiaohao's going to go with this Rift Herald. Mid lane's always a decent look. They've already gotten one plate there, but also enabling your Jax. There's an argument that could be made for bot lane to then get your Ziggs roaming around, but we can already see the Observer panned up towards top lane. I really feel like setting this Jax up for success and playing out through sides, really giving him that strength to even be able to come in off on flanks and get on top of that Draven would be the best bet. But no, they are just going to look for mid.
Slam it in the mid lane. Betty is here as well. They could try and find more damage and use the satchel charge. Obviously, this is the nerfed Herald though, so you'd need to do a solid full plate's worth of damage still before you could proc that with the satchel charge. But in the meantime, Gala is just chilling in the bottom side, and yeah, you may have got a plate or two in the mid lane, but they were shared. Gala's getting them solo in the bottom side.
Reinforcing the idea even more that Gala really is going to be the big carry and the one that AL have to punish, but also the one that RNG will not be able to afford to lose if a team fight breaks out.
Sword Art is very alone here. Teammates still a long way off joining into the play. That's a whirling death from across the map, and Gala's there to try and cut off the escape as well. Sword Art flashed on the stand aside, and 460 bonus gold in the pocket. But the rest of RNG have been picked apart in this fight. Gala now arriving, looking for Pin Z, as Betty comes to the bottom side. I don't think this is a fight you want, Betty. Has to leg it, but the blood surge comes through. The blood rush as Betty flashes over the wall. Tang Yuan behind enemy lines as well as Gala. These solo laners, or these carries in trouble. Gala down finally. Xiaohao trying to finish the job. Tang Yuan no mana. And Xiaohao with a double.
Xiaohao just dancing around that team fight. I believe he picked up 3 of the kills, even though it's just double in the end because of how drawn out they were. Pin Z, I'm pretty sure, got the initial one onto Ming. And huge that AL are doing such a nice job of playing around their mid-jungle. Gore Drinker now picked up. ZDZ, you need to be careful, brother. Members of RNG can be on their way here. Is, you know, dying first does give you the luxury of also coming out from base first to be on the map, which is, again, always kind of a weird thing in League. But this looked like another overstep from Sword Art in regards to trying to control vision. Is forced to just... Actually doesn't even have flash to flash away. Just all on Xiaohao coming to save him in. We see the initial kill. Pin Z actually goes onto A. And then Tang Yuan and Ming wanting to continue to fight this, despite the fact that Tang Yuan doesn't really have any mana, really can't contribute anything to this fight on through. And then, sure, Betty regretting his choices here, at the very least buys time for the cooldowns of Lee Sin and LeBlanc to come back up.
And you can see Gala committing there, right? Like, this is a confidence play from RNG. Gala had multiple opportunities to exit that fight. Like, after he kills Sword Art, he could get out. After he makes Betty flash, he could get out on the bottom side of the play. But recommitting there to try and save Tang Yuan. It doesn't work out for him. But I kind of like the team spirit there. That they're like, look, we could outplay this. We could 2v3 this. And then another fight now. In the river this time. Ming stunned up. CDZ getting some good damage out his way, trying to protect his support. Somehow, it's pretty much only ZDC that's taking damage. Ming now down to half, though, off the back of that Zigzal.
Okay, and RNG finally stacked up as a 5-man. This is theoretically where their composition should thrive if members of AL are in front of them, having the call of the Forge God available to them this time around. But it's all about the flanks that AL can find. Xiaohao angling for it now. Isn't on any vision.
Oh, Xiaohao, great kick onto Gala. The whole squad jumps on in. And Gala, no HP left, taken down. RNG, do they have the damage to win a fight without Gala? The bomb's coming on through, but health bars are so low for anyone's legend. They're still surviving. Breed gets one with the Sunfire Cape. Finally taken down, but anyone's legend win it again.
Xiaohao finding the flank. It doesn't matter how many tools you have there appealing for Gala, whether it's a Shen Shield or just the amount of CC that Tang Yuan provides. AL have so many avenues to get straight onto Gala. And now it's going to turn into a Herald. It's going to turn into pressure on top lane turret. CDZ should just outright be able to take this one. And we're going to see in the replay. Love it. No vision here. Gets straight onto Gala. Kick comes through. Shen Shield not enough to save him because look at the follow-up. Pin Z jumping right in. Betty able to throw out the bombs. And then Xiao able to fall with the safeguard to get more damage down with the E, with the Gore Drinker to make sure that the fight is won. And sure, now they are incredibly low. And like Tang Yuan will do a bit of damage. We'll see Breathe able to finish off some of these kills. But it is still not enough. And ZDZ now a part of the fight. They're just able to clean house.
Tang Yuan in trouble here. Ethereal Chains will land. Sword Art with the Solar Flare, but the Zhonya's buys a little bit of time. Not enough time, though, as Pin Z finishes the job. It's 11-4, Lyric. It's a 4,000 gold lead for anyone's legend.
AL doing, we talked about them exploiting the changes coming into RNG this time around. Tang Yuan coming into the mid lane. But the bigger thing just feels like the draft they went with. Which, again, as a spectator, I said in draft, I love seeing things like this come on through. It's exciting. Who wants the same thing every game? But not working out for RNG the way they had hoped. And AL, I think, have done a great job of exploiting this. We were seeing, once again, why Shadow's Lee Sin should be feared, but more importantly, we're seeing why RNG put respect on Pinzi's LeBlanc in Game 1, which they banned. This time around, able to pick it up and having a tremendous game.
Yeah, absolutely. Pinzi really popping off, like, well played in the dive that went on towards Breed earlier on in the game, in these fights, just dipping around and getting that damage out. Tangyuan having a really hard time, will drop a ward to spot Pins. But in the meantime, Mid taken down. Betty grabbing the goal for that one. Gala basically one shot there by Pinzi, less than half HP as he has to just back away.
Like in AL's composition, 4 champions have the ability to dash onto the back line, and then Betty will be able to put damage onto the Draven no matter where he is with the range coming out from the Zig. So really feels like Gala just going to be under so much threat going for the Bloodthirster. So, you know, is an item that got a little bit changed. I believe losing some of like the lifesteal and the sustain and gaining more aspects in regards to having a stronger shield, which makes it stronger against outright burst. We're going to need to see that be able to come through.
That's definitely great in this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst on the side of AL as Betty hits level 11, now having the second charge into that ulti. So, and we've seen it. I believe it was from Huanfeng, or the split where we got like the 6-item, like 450 CS Ziggs that, you know.
Yeah.
Like, people might not think of like Ziggs as a late game carry because you're not putting out a ton of DPS and all, but your cooldowns are so low later on.
It's absurd.
And yeah, you're just hitting like a truck.
Also, worth mentioning, like, people never talk about the scaling on Ziggs, but with the CC chains that are available from anyone's Legend, you can guarantee the ult sweet spot. The ult sweet spot from Ziggs is absurd scaling. Like, you get a stun on Gala and land that sweet spot, you'll basically one-shot him if we're talking like late game Ziggs. It's insane damage. So,
and that's like, you know, then you throw in like Pinzi using the distortion on top of it,
yeah.
You know, following up with the mimic. Is it like there's just so many things that he has to be afraid of, and I like it. We hit on 4 AL. It's about the 1-3-1 coming out. You can see it here. Jack's pushing top, LeBlanc and bot, keeping them pressured on all sides, and really cutting down the amount of map that RNG have to play with, trying to choke them out on these camps, take away gold, get deep vision. You know, Dragon coming up in 15 seconds. This looks like it should just be able to go over to the side of AL for free.
certainly does. This Tangyuan will try and defend this bottom tower. And I'm kind of curious where we go from here for RNG, like how on earth they get back in this game. Because, I mean, looking at the mid lane specifically, there's a 10-stack Medjais there for Pinzi. And I love this, right? Game number 1, not the greatest game he's ever had. Comes into the second game of the series, gets his LeBlanc, and is styling on him. And against RNG, against a really well-renowned team, just goes for the Medjais. Still confident, still more than happy to play his LeBlanc.
Yeah, for AI, I think the game plan going forward is pretty set. We're already seeing here. Just keep this up. Keep up the 1-3-1. Use vision to just take and force some of these objectives on through. And in the meantime, try and find picks with the mobility that Xiaohao provides. For RNG, I feel like it's more of just setting up your defensive vision line and choosing the objective you're going to put it all on the line for, right? Because theoretically, you still have a chance to be able to outright win a 5v5 if the CC lands. If you can prevent the initial engage from Xiaohao and Pinzi from being able to take out Gala, there will be damage there. There will be CC from the follow-up, but it's really going to be on them marking their flanks and for Tangyuan and Ming especially, making sure that Pinzi can't just get straight to the back line and you know, chunk out 80% of Gala's health bar.
And I will say, like, the previous fight, like, Gala went towards that Tribe Rush to try and ward it. Maybe Gala shouldn't be the guy that's trying to ward the flank by himself, because obviously then set up for the rest of the team. But the problem is, because of that previous play, you're now in a position where the LeBlanc is in a spot where he will just one-shot Gala if he mispositions. Like, the second Gala makes the tiniest little mistake, AL have more than enough tools to set him up.
Pinzi sitting on double Fiendish Codex, so really valuing the ability haste coming on through while making his way towards his next item. Interesting. It just seems like AL realized like buying components and opting into immediate power as compared to like waiting and holding off more gold to get towards those bigger power spikes is their plan of attack. I mean, they're sitting on, I guess, a 6K gold lead, 35K for RNG. So yeah, I like it. If they can just get this game snowballed, you know, if they could look to pull the trigger, so say if they could look to end the game fast. Of course they want to end the game fast. If they can look to pull the trigger on some of these rotations coming through, then they will be able to find the snowball that they're looking for.
I guess the logic of the CDR as well is like when we're seeing Betty poking away on the zigs and getting the damage down, you just want to be able to jump in, get damage, jump out. Jump in, get damage,
Well, it's
jump
one
out.
of the reasons why we also see LeBlanc a lot of times like put with poke compositions, right? We'd see a lot of times over the years like Jason top, Ezreal on bot, you have LeBlanc in mid because you are able to function in that way as well.
Tough game for RNG. And I will say, I don't know if this is the right word necessarily, but kind of an arrogant draft coming out from them saying, hey, Draven is going to be our sole carry. I feel like Draven is a very exploitable carry. And AL showing that they know how to exploit that.
Exactly. RNG coming in, whether overconfident or not, like clearly saying we want to test things. Like to us, this one game is not the end-all be-all of our season. And AL showing, hey, you know, we might be 1-8 in the split, but we're still not a team that can be outright disrespected with you wanting to use this as your playground, as your practice time.
This ain't no scrim, RNG,
Exactly.
okay? Yeah. Does feel a bit like that, doesn't it? And AL, remember, this is a team that are technically not out of playoff contention just yet.
Which I do want to say, like, I think both ways are fair, right? AL are right to not let this, you know, hamper them down and crush RNG, but RNG using games like this where, you know, they already have a buffer of a one-game lead and they feel like they can do it comfortably, I think is a good time to use comps that maybe you have played in scrims.
Sword out, potentially picked out, but will flash away. Safety Waves in trouble now. The minefield is there. Cyclone used to try and buy time, as is Mingzul, but it's not enough. Gala's still alive, though, on the top side of the play. Xiaohao, ZDZ jumping into the backside, and they take him down. Xiaohao, his signature Lee Sin with a triple kill.
There's just too many angles to worry about for RNG. I mean,
the Sonic Wave lands! Can he get it?
No, not even. Still, this is going to be a Baron for AL, but you see it like Xiaohao flying in from one direction, Jax from another, LeBlanc from one side. There's just so many things to worry about, and it is so spectacular to get to see Xiaohao on the Lee Sin. It's so great to see these champions that give so much skill expression come out across anyone's Legends composition. And we'll see here, RNG wanting to once again try and punish Sword Art. Good thing Sword Art continuously being put on tanks, so he can't just be punished. But we see Xiao coming in from one direction. PinZ was forced to flash out, but still pressuring another. And then when ZDZ gets into the fight, like, there's just so many different avenues from AL to attack you. It's like, how can Gala manage to get out of here unscathed? The answer is he can't.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't think it was a range issue. He throws the Sonic Wave. Oh, no, he would have had the energy, right? Oh, no, because he double-tapped W. No!
You know,
he accidentally broke the second half of his safeguard.
It would have made the KDA look better, but at least at the end of the day, it didn't change it.
It would have looked swag.
Yeah.
It would have been a quadra kill.
Wouldn't have changed much in the way of the game, but would have buffed Xiaohao's.
Yeah, I just figured something had gone on because the observer slowed it down and clicked on him so you could see his abilities. And that's how you know something happened.
Now, Dragon available. AL not even to care about the Dragon coming up, but look, TP flank coming in from Tong Yuan.
Here we go. Here's the chance for RNG. Betty the target. Knocked up, should be taken down. There's one. Can they find more? ZDZ straight onto the backside. Gala the target, but he's alive and he's cashed in. AL 3v5 now as PinZ almost finishes Tang Yuan. He walks out with his life. Has recall available as Ming steps on forwards. There's a taunt onto PinZ. Low on HP, the smite is there. Knock up from Breathe as well. No way do they turn this around. Gala with another. Xiaohao and Sword Art sent packing.
We see RNG find an opening, a crack in the armor showing from AL, but they're trying to attack the map from different lanes and gives RNG the ability to take the fight and turn it into a dragon of their own. So AL still hugely on their side, still the ones in control of the game, but RNG finding themselves some good old breathing room.
Oh yeah, and that's good when you've got Breathe on your team.
Yeah, but here, 4 members synced up. PinZ isn't here. He's actually trying to find a flank, but isn't able to. All of RNG just run forward to make sure that Betty goes down. And then it's this, right? We said all the different angles RNG have to worry about, people jumping in at the same time. That isn't happening in this fight. RNG, the ones being the aggressors, starting off really gives them the breathing room to start this off. And yeah, the observer in this replay didn't pan over what forced PinZ back, but something forced Pinsy back from his flank that made it so it's like, okay, Betty's going down while Pinsy's going back to the start of his W. Now Jax is jumping in by himself, and it was just really, just very uncoordinated from anyone's Legend.
Good punish from RNG, but they are still in a hole here.
Yes.
The fact that there won't be a Dragon Soul coming up for anyone's Legend, though, is a saving grace for them.
Yes.
But the siege from AL is still so disgusting. There's not really enough wave player on the side of RNG to survive this, I fear.
No, they're going to be able to at least whittle this down slowly. I love that they're keeping it up.
Oh
And
no, the mistiming.
AL are also much more conscious of the fact that an engage can come through. So keeping Pinsy around in the mid lane this time around, as compared to before where he was playing sides. ZDZ does also have TP. They still need to be careful of those small timings that RNG can abuse, where you do still have good burst damage coming through if they can get onto Betty or Pinsy. So
yeah,
need to be careful of those openings, but I like it. When your group's so close to their base, staying together as a core.
I feel like Pinsy going for a very defensive build here. He's got the Banshees. I think he might go for his Zhonya's as well. Yeah, as I say, it locks it in. And I think that's a reasonable call in this kind of game where you are trying to play a poke game, ultimately. You're trying to slowly but surely whittle away and then finish the all-in. What we saw in the previous fight, Pinsy went in, lost almost all of his HP immediately.
I think had the composition been slightly different, there could be an argument made to just going like full glass cannon burst AD carry. But you have Betty, who's, again, now putting off big damage, hitting the 3-item point. You have ZDZ, who's going to be able to deal a lot of damage as well. So Pinsy not being the only one you have to rely on, I think gives him a lot of options in terms of how he wants to build and making sure that he can have some added in safety as well. Hullbreaker on ZDZ in that bot lane. Going to keep pushing on through. So AL and ZDZ keeping up with the 1-3-1 and itemizing towards that.
Yeah. The fact that you've got, like, the Jax jumping in, the fact that Xiaohao is a full item ahead of his jungle opponent here, like, he's essentially a damage threat in of himself with a GA in pocket there. Definitely not someone to be underestimated at this point in the game. Tanguan just trying to clear away the minion waves.
We even see RNG itemizing, I think, quite nice in some areas, like Evan Shroud coming out from Breed, so realizing, hey, I'm itemizing to enable my team and to enable Gala, rather than just going straight up the most raw stats I can get for myself.
Yeah, and it makes sense with an Ornn on your squad. Kraken Slayer is finished for Gala, as well as an Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver, and Boots. Gala's getting close to full build at this point.
Even having the Ornn upgrade, so, you know, when you are going for the single carry threat, at least having Ornn upgrades to supplement that damage.
Yeah.
Now Gala also having the stopwatch in pocket.
The perfect 6th item. Honestly, it's better than anything else he could have bought. We'll be able to survive a lot of that burst when ZDZ jumps in, when Xiaohao jumps in. Like, let's say Xiaohao gets an opportunity for a kick. Gala just turns golden. The rest of the team can arrive and save him.
And we're getting to a point where AL are really struggling to force their way in.
Yeah.
I guess their game plan at this point should just be allocating more resources to what would theoretically be top at this point, because Baron's up or maybe bot when Dragon is there, and start using those siege shields to break down these turrets. Getting inhibitors will be hard regardless, because again, shorter or more like close areas is where RNG will have the opportunity to fight back, where AL were fighting success pulling them into the jungle.
Tanguan actually just goes straight in onto 3. It's an engage from RNG this time. Gala charging forwards, getting the damage out. Surviving for the time being, but Tanguan goes down. Gala on the backside already used that stopwatch, but surviving. ZDZ jumps onto the AD carry. No flash available for him though. And Gala now pins it, turns it around against him. 1 HP. Way has to carry, and he might just do it. But Breathe is the one to step up. Brings down the hammer and grabs himself a triple.
RNG are the ones finding the coordinated engages, and it is paying off in spades. They win another fight right before Dragon, and they're going to be the team on Soul Point.
Pinsy coming in from the backside of the play. Wei is here and has Smite. There should be no way that Pinsy can grab this Drake for himself unless Wei messes it up. There we go, Soul Point for RNG. Pinsy can't make it happen. RNG keeping themselves in this game.
RNG doing a spectacular job. And their coordination at this point is just better. Tanguan, the trade comes out, but finding his way onto the backline. No flashes on Betty, Sorter, or Pinsy, so they all get locked up. they go down. And then a huge thing to me is, sure, we have people like ZDZ coming in on the backline, but Gala with a stopwatch, able to keep himself safe. And then they do a great job of protecting him. The CC coming on through, and then they do end up killing him in the end, but he'd already gotten, the job done. His damage had already been put out.
Yeah, good bit of damage onto Betty there from Gala. And it's so tough to play against this Jax at Straven, right? The threat that he brings in, but without Flash, perhaps things can be easier. Cleanse not available. No summoners for Gala here. He's in trouble. The damage is landing, and he's down! Raid boss eradicated. And AL just sweep up after that. I think that might be over.
Yeah, we're at 40-second death timers. Just barrel down the mid lane, be able to close this one through. And we saw at the end of the day, teams punishing the others when flashes weren't available. I love the trigger pull coming out from AL.
And just when things looked like they were coming back for RNG, AL find their moment, they find their chance, and they obliterate the Draven, punishing this overconfident draft from RNG, this experimental draft from RNG, and showing they are not a team that can be trifled with.
I do feel like we saw both teams, after missteps, realize like what they need to slightly pivot to do better for RNG in the mid game, right? Because AL, if you missed it, great job in the early game, getting off to a head, amazing team fights. Pinsy and Xiaohao especially, such a threat. RNG start to bring it back, and it seemed like they realized more of like how much they need to dedicate to protecting Gala, and it isn't necessarily about throwing everyone in away from him. It's like, hey, if everyone's going in, he has to be right with them. And if they're backing off, they have to back off as a cohesive unit. That's when they were able to find their success. But after those flashes were blown in that previous fight, that's when AL realized, like, hey, we're throwing everything at him right now. Solar Flare comes out. ZDZ's flashing on the back line. Pinsy's like, I'm already chunked and kind of CC'd. I'm going in, once I'm out of this stun. Like, everything on him. Wasn't able to get away that time. And, yeah, it looked promising from anyone's legend.
And the previous fight, it's like, okay, you took down Gala, but you're all so low that Breathe can finish off. This time, Gala goes down right at the very start. And it's like, okay, well, who's doing enough damage to take down these players? Like Alessandra? I don't think so.
Yeah.
The Ornn that's built at Eclipse,
even the previous fight, it's like a majority of the fight had already been fought. Like it's like, yeah, he goes down to Pinsy, but Pinsy's low. He's out of the fight. The Ziggs is already dead. The Jax is like a quarter HP. There was just nothing left to work with how long it took. So I like that we got to see the in-game pivot from RNG to do better in some of those late-game fights. But still, now reflecting to Game 1, I understand why the LeBlanc ban came through. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Lee Sin bans come out, which, over the years, I feel like anytime... Like, Lee Sin right now, I wouldn't say is, like, super, super prominent in the meta. He's definitely becoming meta, but it's like, anytime he's anywhere close, I wouldn't mind if teams took it away from Xiaohao.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you can still take it down like we saw in Game 1, but it is by far his most comfortable champion.
Yeah, when you look at, like, the damage is fairly even across the board. I would say overall impact was, like, ZDZ, Xiaohao, and Pinsy.
Yeah.
They were the three most impactful players. And they're all kind of on signature picks. Like ZDZ Jax, I don't know if we call it a signature, but Xiaohao and Pinsy, definite signatures there. And for ZDZ, a very comfortable champion. Like, and they showed it. They showed why Lee Sin and LeBlanc are their signature.
And it just feels like this has to be the strategy going forward for AL. I don't even want to necessarily pin AL's problems on Betty, because we saw Betty with Jojo was able to work. But clearly Betty and Sword Art not really able to find that groove that they once had. Feels like a lot of it coming down to Sword Art getting cut out and not really being in his prime. But if you have like this, where Betty doesn't need to rely on Sword Art because you're not looking for 2v2s, and it's like, okay, Betty, sorry, your guys' 2v2 can't work. Mostly on Sword Art, I'm just going to say it. Sword Art, you're going to roam around the map and enable the top side to carry. That feels like that should really just be the foundation of AL looking forward, which might be hard in this meta, which a lot of people said is bot side focused, but you got to play to your strengths.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can continue to develop the game plan here for the side of AL. But look, a win is a win. We'll take that. AL getting one on the board. And now a decider coming up. Let's see if RNG commit to these kinds of drafts, or if they go a little bit more normal again after the break.
Started up by LNG. They're TPing actually behind as well. Zika is coming. He doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught, but he has Scout right there. Shun's honestly using Zika to try to get out of this one, and he does, but no! The sniper shot from Scout.
The LPL are kings again.
Okay, hear me out here. Have you ever gone through a breakup and you tell your ex that they'll never find someone else like you? Well, that's true most of the time, unless your ex is EDG and they pick up this guy named Fofo.
For the traps, force him back to the rest of his team. JJ joining the squad as everybody rushes away! Fofo comes in and takes Ultra Prime apart! That was disgusting!
And with Mako leading the roster, I'd keep a close eye on the bot lane, just in case.
So many mistakes, so much damage, and you're always able to do your job.
Oh, the trap is there as well. Leave has to cleanse. Balan walks away just about with his life. But the bubble is huge onto Doggo. Both of them 100 HP. JJ wants to move in. I don't think he can do it, but Mako can! Flashes forward.
Now we're going to see what they're able to do is Leaf.
Oh, no, Balan!
Oh, no, that's what they can do!
Leaf destroys him! What? He has a family!
But let's not forget, LNG has Tarzan and Scout.
Last line's a Scout.
Yeah. There's about to be a physical reaction in terms of maybe should going down. He does have the rest of the team. No! F goes wide. Oh, he gets the cash in. Elk gets money. We actually got a little bit of something for BLG as they're trying to get a little bit more. Yagao gets a big push back for Scout, but Scout slams the hammer down and gets one back and forth. LNG, it's a trade of 2 for 3.
So maybe, I have no idea.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo, Fring can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. patience. Give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do.
在拿到首胜之后，我觉得我们队伍变得更加有自信心了吧。然后我们要继续更努力，因为虽然说我们获得了首胜嘛，但我觉得我们比起其他战队来说，还有很多不足的地方。所以要做好的话，我觉得我们比对面付出更多的努力，才能追上他们。想对小明说的就是，小明，希望我选大头的时候，你可以选泰坦。
What I have to say to Big is, I hope I get a hard counter match. That's heavy banter from Sword Art right there. I'm much enjoying my lyric. As we head towards game number 3, and important to mention, Angel's back, Tanyuan's out, RNG, no more messing about. I feel like we're going to see a very standard draft here.
Yeah. I mean, again, I like it. Bring in Tanyuan, try out something different, maybe something you've tried out in scrims or just a style you like running with Tanyuan, see if it works. It didn't, and because of that, AL were able to pick up a win. I didn't hear who was MVP. I think this was Pin Z, but if it was Xiaohao, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm with you. Let's find out together.
Can we just get both of them? Can we just like combine it?
Who is the MVP? Drum roll, please. Graphic. Hey, it was Pinsy. 7-1-13. Not a bad little score. Not a bad little score.
And again, being reminded why this got banned in game 1, showing off a great performance in game 2, really taking advantage of a champion who, I mean, LeBlanc didn't even get like the biggest buffs. A lot of them were like mana-oriented, base mana, like your Q mana cost. I think your RCD got a bit buffed at like levels 1 and 2, but still, he's like, I don't care, you know, gets a bit brought in, has a lot of like things that it is able to land against in this meta, and able to work beautifully alongside the aggressive top side that AL were able to bring out. And a lot of it was, again, this 2-man dive squad of him and ZDZ to start things off before it came a 4-man dive squad in mid and late game.
Yeah. And that 4-man dive squad going off while AL Betty is just lobbing bombs from half the map away into the absolute carnage mosh pit. I mean, look at this fight. This is just pure chaos.
Yeah, there was a lot going on, and seeing fights like this once again make me dread next week when I have to actually try to follow what's happening in the fight instead of just listening to what my play-by-play says. But really fun to watch.
Yeah. If there's one thing I'll say for LPL, it's definitely trial by fire for play-by-plays. When you come in your first split of LPL as a play-by-play, oh baby.
I did one play-by-play NEST stream with Dagda, and it was hard. It was fun, but yeah, it was rough. We already said it. You see him right there on the screen. Angel coming back on through. RNG also moved back to the blue side, so a side that they're more comfortable with. They found more wins with. Also, the side that AL have much preferred. And I mean, most teams have. I feel like we've seen very few teams stick to red, though I have had 1 or 2 series where we've had like a team be on red side consistently and seem like that was their go-to. But yeah, not what we're going to see for RNG. Like you said, I expect more to come out in terms of their damage profile, especially with Angel coming back in. We were highlighting that even the difference between him and Xiaohu is like him really leaning on picks like the Azir is something that's possible. So yeah, gonna have multiple threats that AL are gonna have to worry about in this game 3.
I am curious what the first pick will be for RNG on this blue side. Banning the LeBlanc again, like, I agree with that completely, but things like the Ashe available still currently. I was going to say things like the Elise, but clearly RNG not interested in playing that Elise themselves.
So taking away the Lucian now instead of the Varus, so they could even opt into the Varus themselves. It's not something that Gala has played a ton of, 3 games on it, but with it left open, just going to go to the side of RNG.
And has played it historically, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him play it in the past. It's not... It's certainly not an issue of like Gala's ability to play. It's more like RNG haven't indexed into.
It's like RNG have been a team where Gala has actually been willing to play multiple AD carries.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've actually experimented. They've tried things. AL though go with Xiaohao's Lee Sin once again. Not super surprising on that one. and toying with a blind top pick. They seem to be very comfortable just blinding for ZDZ.
And if they did, I would still expect it to be a Jax for like 3 out of 3. I feel like out of like the Jax, Fiora, Camille, the 3 stock considered carries, the Jax is the most blindable. Also gives you diversity in terms of like being able to participate in these team fights with that Counter-Strike or just being able to put all your pressure towards sides. And now for RNG, I mean, we still have the Ashe up if they want to go for the Ashe Varus combo. Heimerdinger is there. I mean, Sword Art in his pregame interview wanted to be on the Heimerdinger side of, you know, the Heimerdinger lane, but you don't always get what you want.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. We've seen 2 games this split from Ming of a hard engage support. And the rest has been enchanters and now 1 game of Shen. I think the odds of him playing that Nautilus are pretty slim. But Wei going with the Vi here. Bit of hard engage available. It's actually the first game of Vi from Wei this split. Not typically the way that they've been playing the game, but Ashe
is crazy
still open.
Because it's been, you know, a pick. I think of like previous splits where Wei has been absolutely phenomenal.
Wei's been loving the Wukong, like far more than anyone else. It's been like a priority for RNG.
And I think that makes sense when they haven't been one of our teams that have really liked going like the double melee route, or you know, we're not seeing Angel be like, sure, he's a game on the Jace, past the Macaulay games, but like haven't seen Silas. Not one of the teams that's like Renekton, obviously not going like Knight route of being like, oh, Bringley, get into the mid lane, haha, you know. So I think it works well with what RNG have been trying to do.
Yeah.
But now looking towards phase 2 is
one of my favorite games from RNG was Angel bringing the Twisted Fate to the mid lane.
Yeah.
I think that worked super well. It was really entertaining to watch. I'd love to see more of that kind of stuff coming out.
I think it could be rough against teams with stronger or like more solidified like mids or mid jungles where it could be a little bit rough and you could face a lot of pressure and not be able to find those opportunities out on the map. But definitely feels like there's, even against those teams, drafts that you can maybe set up or like lane matchups where it definitely is doable. But now AL wanting to deny the tank in the top side. We've had 2 games of tanks for Breathe. Sion game 1 or in game 2. In both times, those front lines have given them bits of annoyances, and Breathe showed great engages in both. Game 1 especially with the Sion, but even having one tremendous or knock up in game 2.
Yeah, fantastic moments from Breathe across the course of the series. A missed ban.
Yeah. Or AL saying, hey, last game you were overconfident. We don't even need 5 bans to take you down. Looking at where they can go next. I mean, right, this Ashe being a bit of a flex, but you could look to finish off your bot lane rotation here. Or if you want to save for counter picks, since they're already showing Syndra, I mean, for PinZ, I don't think he's shown too much that really lanes well against the Syndra pick itself. Right now, highlighting the Rise, which would enable them to go back to the strategy that they played last time around. You're not necessarily playing for mid lane, but you are playing for side pressure and to really just enable ZDZ and then have this link up of Xiaohao and PinZ. And yeah, with no swap round, it does look like they're going to index more into having a pair with Xiaohao as compared to just all-inning on PinZ winning hard in this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, so RNG, we need I assume support. I'm assuming that it will be Gala on the Varus. We don't have Keria in this league. And then a top lane matchup for the Jax. Okay, Breathe. Okay, I see you. Goes for the Fiora into the Jax. As far as I understand, is this a Jax favored matchup?
I mean, it trades at different points of the game, right? Also depends on like Counter-Strike, baiting out each other's abilities, how their post is supposed to come out later on. I think it does become more Jax-centric, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be 50-50. Who can get ahead early, how we're going to see these jungles interact, and Ming is going to go with the Heimerdinger that I asked for in the first rotation. Thanks, Ming.
I want to see Sword Art go for the Nautilus. Go for the opposite side of what he wanted in the interview. It would be funny. But it will be the Ashe, of course, in the support role. And Betty going for the Kai'Sa here. So able to follow up on those Enchanted Crystal Arrows. Does feel like a squad that is willing to jump in together. A squad that is willing to dive straight onto that backline.
Interested to see how this one goes. Again, the top lane matchup, especially how junglers can influence that. If Breathe or ZZ, if one of them can just find the better end of out-skilling the other one in this 1v1. Jax, incredibly strong in the level 1, so if he can set something up with that Counter-Strike and maybe get Breathe low, and yeah, just a lot of potential for aggressive trades to come out there. And then for AL, I feel like we have seen their bread and butter has been mid-jungle. They've really done well at playing with Xiaohao and PinZ and setting that up should be the thing that turns into picks to rotate around the map and really bring their team forward.
The one thing I will say, Vice Indra, probably one of the strongest early 2v2s that you can draft in League of Legends. Both of these champions incredibly good, and also that chain CC that you can bring in right from level 2. Like, this is going to be a tough 2v2 to fight.
Yeah, well, it's going to depend, right? Because the big thing is my mind is going to be Angel hitting Scout of the Week, because theoretically should be whichever one can lock down and get on the enemy mid laner first should just outright win and be able to burst them.
Yeah.
But if Scout of the Week lands, even after that follows through, then the counter gank and the re-engage from Wei should be able to turn it in favor of RNG.
Yeah, we'll see. This is all assuming we even get 2v2 in the vacuum like that. But we'll have to wait and see as we get into game number 3. Anyone's Legend, 1-8 in the standings right now, and yet bringing Royal Never Give Up to a 3rd map in the series. And everybody charging down into the bottom lane. It's a Heimerdinger game, and that means the whole squad is here to deny these turrets. Ooh, Minga's actually managed to sneak one into the brush, though. I think he's actually going to get away with that.
AL, standing, staring in the river, enjoying the flow of the calm water at their feet, chilling out. Got some Bob Ross on in the background.
Have I just walked into an ASMR session, or it's like that scene in Fight Club where he goes in the church?
Oh, yeah.
Find your penguin cave, like your special place. What a strange film. Fantastic film, though. Have you seen Fight Club?
Oh, who hasn't seen Fight Club?
Okay, just checking. There's a lot of films you haven't seen. I think it's a reasonable question.
No, I agree. There are many films I've not seen, but yeah, Fight Club is you can't not watch Fight Club.
Modern classic. CDZ. I say modern, actually. It's getting on.
Right. I mean, already seeing top lane off to the start we expected, right? ZDZ having that Counter-Strike, able to go in for this. Breathe this more about those short, bursty trades coming through. You can see that just from his Q going up, trying to mark those vitals and really get off the procs of those of the grasp.
And just trying to avoid the counter hits from... I was going to say counter strikes, but that's actually an ability of Jax. But what I mean is trying to avoid the trade backs from ZDZ, who will hit level 2, and that means Breeze surely just has to back away a little bit here. Can't afford to go toe-to-toe with Jax while a level down.
If you missed it, Breathe let the world know. Him and ZDZ from the same town.
Yeah.
Both from Wenzhou. And made it very clear he will not go down to ZDZ. Feels he is the superior player. Knows ZDZ very well. A lot of it was very banterous. Not very intense, but still, there's no world he's losing to ZDZ is what he said verbatim.
And then locked in a Fiora against ZDZ's Jax. I feel like this game is the culmination of that interview, because the rest of the series he played Sion, he played Ornn, snooze fest. Absolute snooze fest in the top side. He played well, don't get me wrong, but you know, that's not what we're here for. And now we get Jax versus Fiora for the ultimate Wenzhou showdown in the top side.
Both junglers, we said we might not see 2v2s, but we knew we were going to see 2v2s, Munch.
Oh, wait, spots for the sweeper.
Xiao spotted out. Not going to be able to get anything for now.
But, I mean, Xiao didn't know he was spotted. Wei did that secretly, sneakily. Pinzy being pushed in the meantime. There we go. Ward onto Wei. Scout of the Week dodged away from, and it will just be the wave shoved on in. Xiao goes for this top scuttle. Looks like Wei is going to move up as well. I don't think he'll be there to contest it, though.
Yeah, we can see Angel making his way over, so it looks like they want to look for him, but Xiao should be able to get out of here for free. And, you know, just got a message from Machine, and he said it's Fiora's 11th birthday.
Today is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ah, happy birthday,
Fiora.
Woo!
We'll get the cake out. We'll get some candles on the go. How exciting. How very exciting.
Now, do we believe Fiora wins on her birthday? Do players usually win or lose on their birthdays? Is that a buff or is that a nerf?
Do you know, I don't have the stats to hand for that.
I've casted a few player birthdays.
I feel
but
like
I
they
don't
always
remember.
lose.
I'm kind of leaning towards it ends up being
But
a loss.
crucially, it's not a player birthday; it's a champion birthday. It's
Is it
different.
different?
So
Yeah.
maybe that's the opposite. Maybe it's always a win. We'll need to. I'll message the stats team. We'll send that one up to headquarters.
You know, Sheen, Hysterics, anyone who's watching, you know, the stats team, please let us know.
Literally anyone on Twitter just struck me a DM like,
Who wants to be the stats team?
budgets. Well, maybe we'll find out one day. And to be honest, I have no idea how you would even find that out. Even if you have a stats team, how the hell do you get access
You
to...
manually find player birthday, see if they played on that day,
like,
tally it up if they won.
anyone in the world that's able to pull that stat out for me, honestly.
You're going to have to pay them.
Well, I'm not...
Maybe
gonna pay.
they get the cake.
Yeah, I'll get them a cake. There we go. That seems more reasonable.
There you go. Munchables.
I'll get you a cake.
Now,
Wherever
man-
you are in the world, I will mail deliver you a cake.
There we go.
I
Confirmed
might
here on the
order it from
LPL
somewhere
stream.
local so it's not horrendous by the time it arrives.
It could be horrendous. It doesn't
I'll
matter.
make a cake and post it to someone.
Hey, that's more
Just
personal.
get a
There's
jiffy
more
bag
care.
that's full of destroyed cake. Oh, magnificent.
You know, while we were talking about all that, RNG picked up a dragon. So, first dragon in tow for RNG.
I would argue that getting the first dragon in League of Legends is the equivalent of being mailed a cake. It's like the League of Legends world equivalent.
How? How does that even...
Well,
I feel like getting a dragon as a team, you're pretty stoked about. Something
Yeah.
gets mailed,
Dude,
a
cake.
like
Everyone loves
week-old,
cake.
destroyed Munchables cake. I don't know.
Ah, you're underestimating my cake.
I
Still
mean,
incredible.
People have seen your pasta image on Twitter. If you haven't seen that, do not trust Munchables with your pasta.
I did make a block of solid pasta by accident. So there was a conclusion to that, by the way. Turns out, if you put pasta in the water while the water's cold and then heat the water up manually on the hob instead of boiling it first, it'll pull all the starch out of the pasta into the water, and then you're essentially like just heating up. It's essentially like heating up a bowl of corn flour. It just turns solid, and you get a giant slab of pasta.
Yeah. So don't do exactly what he just did.
Yeah.
And we're going to hope Breathe especially doesn't do that with his pasta. Yeah. I'm en route for the Fiora birthday win. Right now, AL actually looking to shut that down. We see Pinzi moving up towards the top side. Shao's already here.
Yeah, wants to potentially 2v2. I don't think this is happening, though. I feel
Yeah.
like Breathe is just going to chill.
I mean, he would have either needed to fight and try to force that wave in faster, which would have opened him up to take more trades and more damage from Breathe, or Pinzi would have had to wait for the next wave to come in, and then you try to set up that potential dive coming through, and Shao would probably have to show up on the wave. Either way, it felt like there was different ways to try to approach it, and neither one coming on through, and now Breathe hunting keep CDC in lane.
Yeah, and he will deny the recall there. In the meantime, Ming and Gala, that is a massive wave that they've managed to shove in. That'll be at least one plate, maybe two, honestly, for Gala. That's great news for the RNG bot lane, and it's great news for Wei, who's moving in off the back of this pressure.
Is spotted out. Is he going to be able to get anything down? We were highlighting for AL, their bot lane just really has not been a strength for this team this split, which, again, is crazy because that was the strength of their team last split, but Sorta coming in over Chocho, hasn't been able to work out the meta as well. Not something you really know. Oh,
Pinzi's in trouble. Ult's available as well after the Rune Prism. Flashed underneath the tower. Is this going to be a solo kill for Wei? No. Can't keep going on this one. Ming goes down in the meantime. The Shao makes plays to the bottom side. Gala, 1v3, turns it around. Nearly kills him off.
Still, overall, one kill goes in favor of AL. We did see some summoners burnt. Flash lost on Pinzi because of the exchange in mid. Shao utilizing his flash there to be able to get off the gank in bot lane. We're going to see how it goes down here. You'd assume a flash kick is what comes out. Sonic Wave into, yep, kick right into the turret. Great job to punish Ming. But still, like you said, a lot of return damage there. So not able to capitalize and like turn it into anything more. But nice injection of gold for AL.
Gala going with the Comet on his lethality virus as well. That's old school. That's 2020 lethality virus right there. You used to see the builds with Comet going with the biscuits as well.
So,
all about stacking the mana flow band.
I have got an update from our stats team. Sorry to derail from the game again. But it's Derek's actually pointing out that Fiora was released on a 29th of February, which, you know, there is no 29th of February this year. Therefore...
she's only like 3 years old.
I was going to say, I mean, I guess by normal logic, you know, if that happens to, like, a human, you do give them the birthday on the 28th, so seems fair.
Well,
but I prefer your logic of just assuming they're like 3 years old.
Yeah, I had a friend that was born on the 29th of Feb at school, and they claimed that they were only like 4 or something, and were in secondary school, which I didn't necessarily buy at the time, but it is convenient for me on cast now to pretend that I did, and I bought it.
I would buy it too, and again, I would run with that card all the time. It'd be hilarious.
RNG getting what I would say is the equivalent of a male cake, and getting first star of the game.
Twice. I don't know why everything's a male cake, but RNG, first dragon, first turret. I don't think they got... Wait, did they get first blood? Wait, where did RNG's one kill come from? So AOS was in the bot lane.
RNG don't have a kill.
Oh, wait.
Look at the scoreboard.
I was looking at their series.
Hey, there's RNG first kill.
You know,
so that goes down.
I saw the one next to their name, which is obviously the game, you know, the series score. And yeah, I was very wrong.
This cast is becoming quite unhinged.
It is.
I
don't know why either. We're still only in the first series. We still have a whole other series to get through. We have TES versus WE. There we go. We still remember that.
You really set yourself up for failure there, but you managed to nail it. That's what counts. That's what counts.
Yomu's Ghostblade on Gala. 2 extra longswords in pocket. Him right now, incredibly strong. Hitting like one of those tuk-tuks that you see in the streets of Bangkok that anyone can get to go to where they need to and get an authentic
There is nothing about a tuk-tuk that is hard. Like, that is maybe the worst possible analogy.
He's at an item...
Like, you could be run over by a tuk-tuk, and the tuk-tuk will receive
more damage.
more
He's at an
damage
item with 2
than you
components. He isn't hitting like an absolute truck yet. We have not evolved to that point. Rift Herald, bot lane though, so I think RNG should have to give this up. But 3 members are here. Still, though, do you really want to mess with Xiao Hao, Enchanted Crystal Arrow? We have Pin Z. At the very least, their presence will stop any further push from coming through, but won't be able to deny the charge.
No. So 2 plates taken by AL there. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Crucially, though, we're 11 minutes into the game, and RNG already have 2 drakes. Like, while it has been a quiet game, Gala has cleansed. Everything's fine. Great little arrow from Sword Art, though. But while it has been a quiet game, like, RNG have quietly been building a massive advantage when it comes to those drakes.
Yeah, they've been doing well. And again, it's about what they're able to set up. I think their composition way more pick-oriented this time around. And, oh, Pin Z?
Yeah, he's trying to do it.
Confidence.
Bone plating makes that so one-sided.
But going back, you know, game 1, game 2, they had such solid front lines. It could be about that straight-up 5v5, but this time around, having a Fiora in top lane, you have Ming on the Heimer. It's a lot more about the single target CC you have coming out with the Waze Ultimate, Scout of the Week, Chains of Corruption. So for RNG, it is going to be more about picks. There is some, like, extended standoffs you can win just with the range that you have, but still not going to be able to rely on at least Breathe in the same way that you have been in game 1 and game 2 to just blankly stare in front of the enemy team. And for AL, we're seeing them go back to what worked for them in game 2, right? They realized, hey, it was about the 1-3-1, it was about the side lane pressure we were able to maintain. So having Pin Z on this time around, sure, won't be able to necessarily win hard in like this 1v1, but if you can start unlocking him and roaming him around with the Realm Warp or doing this.
No! That was the last split second from Angel.
Sword Art's Nautilus hooks in game 1, not on point. The Enchanted Crystal Arrows looking clean.
Do you want to know the difference? When you throw an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you don't go with it.
Yeah.
And that's really the fundamental difference that we're seeing here. But you're absolutely right. He has been on point with these ultimates. Gala lost his cleanse. Angel now loses his flash. Let's see if they can punish that lack of summoner, though. Because that was one of the criticisms from AL earlier on in the series, right? Is there were flashes down, but they didn't reforce the issue. They managed to get a TP out of ZDZ. Breathe getting dived on the top side here. Great bit of play to start it off, but won't be enough to survive 3v1.
Even making sure the kill goes over to the Jax. Love to see it. He is the one who's going to have to be strong. And again, when you have matchups like this that are volatile, like Fiora Jax, any like swinging gold, points towards their next items you can give them to be able to consistently win that out, will be something to use. So AL with some nice answers, despite, I think, the steady flow that RNG have found so far in this early game.
Way here to deny the tower going down. ZDZ forced away. Xiaohao denied the Gromp. As the top side will be shored up by RNG. But Drake coming up in 90 seconds here. It does feel like RNG, their focus is going to be around this bottom side.
AL has hit more item breakpoints, though. We have, 4 mythics coming off across the board. Kenpo Chainsword on way, which, very criticized, especially, it was criticized last patch, but even with more buffs coming out on Black Cleaver, a lot of people feeling like that is the way to go. Also just hard, are you the best person to apply things like the Grievous Wounds? No. The argument was always in, the cost efficiency, which Black Cleaver not too much more expensive. Point is, that's built. We don't have a mythic built for Angel just yet. We do have items on other key members, though, so might not be in the worst place, especially if Angel looks like he should be able to get a back off here and potentially even be able to pick that up.
Yeah. I feel like there's an even stronger argument for the Black Cleaver when your carries are a Fiora and a Lethality Varus, right?
Even stronger. It feels like that argument is strong even without that, but you're throwing it in, it's like, ooh.
Kind of bonus on top. Bit of a setup here, though, from Ming and Wei. Don't think AL are going to walk into it for the time being. Pinsy trying to get this bot wave pushed out before the Drake spawns. 30 seconds on that.
Here, we need to build the tension.
Do it.
Wards down, sweeper coming out. AL all angling this pressure. Ooh, volley from what will happen next? We don't know. We're following. Look at the jungle pet right next to Xiaohao, looking menacingly.
So
they're
cute.
looking for the pick munch.
The ward comes down, and they will find the pick, actually, as the arrow lands onto Wei, forced to flash. And AL back away. Chain of Corruption, a little short from Gala. It means AL will walk away with their lives, but get a jungle flash out of this. I think you're happy with that one. Pinsy through the port, try and force anyone away. Is Drake pulled out of the pit? And look at the frog!
Aww, did like a little spin. RNG will elect to just give this one up in the end. AL did commit ZZ's presence down here, which, as we just saw, opens up for top lane Church to go over to breathe. And now... Oh, okay. You thought
it was Baron, didn't you?
Yeah, and that looked like 16 minutes. Okay, we're not Baron. I was going to say, that is rather ambitious. This game is
with
not...
With a lethality virus as well. It's not exactly fast.
Maybe the game just feels long because the series unexpectedly went 2-3 games.
Are we just pointing out that Sword Art hasn't finished his quest? I guess so.
Yeah.
17 minutes, that's pretty late.
Yeah.
But then I guess he's not really been laning. He's been kind of running around the map.
True. Really just kind of hovering between River for that extended period of time where we saw him throw out 2 Enchanted Crystal arrows in a time where he was just hovering back and forth between mid and bot.
Yeah. But a couple of volleys, he'll get it done. He'll finish it off. I feel like that was kind of mean of the observers. To just single Sword Art's quest out like that. But it's a pro game at the end of the day. And Sword Art, that's not a good pathing to take. Forced to flash. Really using the grand challenge there of Xiaohao as well. Scatter the weak, but no follow-up.
We've seen this in all 3 games, though. Sword Art walking by himself, trying to, whether it's get vision or just the paths he takes.
He's just desperate to finish his quest.
And it opens up consistently for his flash to get blown, for picks to come out, and really giving RNG an avenue to attack. Now for the side of AL, going to group up in mid. Side lanes are a bit neutral, so it kind of would have been nice to see them allocate someone top and bot. Even both CDZ and Pinsy have their TPs available. Unlike RNG, like Angel having no TP, unless AL's plan is to force something here, but with Betty going towards top side, that doesn't seem like the plan.
And I want to just quickly mention something while we've got a little bit of downtime here. The reason why Kai'Sa isn't seen that much in the bottom lane right now is because the entire bottom lane meta is really long range, and this CS difference is what you get when you're trying to play Kai'Sa into Lethality Varus. It's just unplayable in the laning phase.
Yeah, and we've seen how important bot lane 2v2 has been as a teams, and securing things like these early dragons for RNG is... CC comes out.
Yeah, it's onto the Heimerdinger. Ming flashes away as Wei playing body block onto ZDZ. And this is how RNG's comp functions, really, right? You just protect Gala, keep on throwing out the damage from Gala, try and body block, try and deny with the Vi, Syndra scatter the weak. and just play for the siege, essentially.
The thing is, you need to be able to maintain pressure with Breed to do this, though, because had ZDZ walked, like, let's say, walked over towards the mid and Betty been there, you just open yourself up for a full-on engage coming through. And sure, you have some tools to be able to dissuade that, like not using Chains of Corruption offensively, using it defensively and Scout of the Week too, but just so many different ways to be able to jump onto the backline. Even like Realm Warping someone like Xiaohao in behind them, they're going to have a lot of ways to pick off RNG. But we have seen a good push and pull in that last sequence, right, where Breathe is pushed up just as far as the other 4 members of RNG in the mid lane, making it so AL have choices, and they have to opt to lose somewhere to make a play wherever they want to be strong.
Yeah, does feel like it's all going to be down to how AL approach this, how well they're able to contest things. Sweep has come out. I wasn't sure if that ward was going to get away with sneaking in there, but for the time being, is RNG in control of the Baron area. There's Pinzi and Gala battling over the chicken. Who gets it? The reset comes on through, but Gala, with a piercing arrow, finishes the job.
Huge by Gala. I mean, the Raptor never even saw it coming much. Like, what could he do?
Yeah, popcorn chicken popped.
We were still waiting on him to pick up his Randu and Zoman. The Warmogs had just barely been finished. Didn't even have his plated steel caps yet.
His Atmas still not picked up just yet.
Just about to pop his old Poppy ultimate, which I don't remember the name of.
It was something diplomacy, right?
Oh.
Wasn't it like...
That sounds right.
Or negotiation or something?
No, I think diplomacy was in there.
But I think we're thinking of Noxian diplomacy.
Oh, you're right. I don't know whose ult that was. Or is.
Oh, it was like political immunity or something like this. Diplomatic immunity. I think that was what it was called.
If you've been around since old Poppy Ultimate, those were good times. Fun days. Poppy ult one person, dive the turret, kill them. 50-50 chance of you also dying yourself. Your ult runs out, you're dying the turret. Oh, Pinzi though, getting cut out. Manages to escape with Realm Warp.
Oh, one's down! And Pinzi somehow gets out of this one. Wei wants to punish though. Ultimate not available and forced away himself. Long on HP gets over the wall. There's danger weak to keep himself alive. Gala has to get some big damage out as Wei. I don't know how Wei managed to get out of this play. But AL finding themselves a pick.
Pinzi was being pinched and still manages to Realm Warp and get out in time to even help his team turn around a pick. Not going to be able to turn into any objective, but Dragon is live. We see both AD carries use flashes in that exchange. Hell, Wei, Xiaohao, Pinzi, so many flashes burned that could really change how this fight goes through. Angel still has his, so at least a bit of safety there, and he will be TPing into the mid lane.
Yeah, Dragon spawning now. Remember, this would be sole point if RNG can get it. ZDZ moving over to the team. This is just going to be burst down before RNG can even get in, and an arrow on top of it. Wei might just commit to this one. Chains of Corruption is there. The damage on Sword Up, but they can't finish the job. And now everyone goes in from AL. Wei low on HP. Performance done. ZDZ is massive with the counter-strike. And here comes Benny on the back line. One already taken as Ming and Breed trying to escape. Xiaohao doesn't have much energy right now, but should be able to finish Ming off. Sonic Wave goes wide. Ming with a bit of fancy footwork, but it does not matter. AL managed to find the fight.
And now AL can turn this into a Baron huge. And I'm saying it. Don't let it be your birthday. Don't let it be your champion's birthday. Don't let it be your grandma's birthday on the day that you play an LPL match. Because I'm calling it here. You just don't win. Or am I setting up? Ooh, I thought I cursed it. I thought I cursed it.
I was real worried there for a second, but they do get the Baron. They walk away with it. And my goodness, are RNG going to lose to AL? Are AL going to get their second win on the board?
I mean, AL, once they close the gap, again, who's really taking the stand? You have so many avenues once again to be able to punish. ZDZ, my God, allowed to get the Shax 3 times in a row has been huge. We see it started off, Arrow comes out, and I don't think AL really planned on following this. It's RNG who are opting in, but look at that, Rune Prison on the Ming. Wei, they're realizing they just don't have the tools because a lot of things, Chains of Corruption thrown out forward, not onto the Rise to finish him off. And then it's right here, Betty goes in, a lot of damage down, and they're just able to keep running forward. I didn't exactly point out CDZ's Counter-Strike in that replay, but we all saw it.
Well, I mean, we saw
It
that
was
the first time. We saw that the first time. It's the fact that he then goes in on Mig again here with the Counter-Strike. And, you know, somebody spam the Counter-Strike thing in chat in all the different languages because it's very relevant right now.
You can see the key thing was like a lot of RNG's members trying to hit that the core of AL, but then realizing, hey, Pinzy's isolated here by himself, but some things like Scout of the Week, Chains of Corruption had already been thrown out.
Yeah.
And then once Wei goes in, it's like, oh wait, what do we have to kill this guy? Oh, we don't have anything.
And I feel like RNG really committed onto specifically Sword Art, like going really, like Ming stepped really far forward to try and get the Rockets to finish Sword Art, but like, what do you really gain if Sword Art's dead? His ult is on cooldown already. That's all he's bringing to a fight.
He's already done his job. So a lot of those tools is being blown, wrong targets, and now we're seeing how hard it is for RNG to push it forward. And earlier you hit on right, can we see things like the Blade of the Rune King come out for the Jax? AL's composition much better set up to play around size this time, so even with it being slightly nerfed, does come through. Is Betty, you need to be careful.
Does, but equally, RNG just kind of whiffing on the play. The rest of the squad come in through the Realm Warp. And RNG now, it feels like the pressure is on for them. It feels like they've got to make something happen because slowly but surely AL are getting ahead. And with a Kai'Sa, late game, things are looking pretty nice. For anyone's legend, Tower will go down in mid lane. Pinzy happy to tank up a bit of damage for the cause.
And those are the circumstances where RNG are kind of best bet to get damage down, which is kind of funny, is AL siege, like trying to take their structures because they are incredibly long range. You will get your range off, and since you're next to or behind your turrets, they aren't going to be able to look for those engages on you. But the problem is, how do you turn that into a position where you are now forcing a fight unless AL overextend? So that's just showing right there, right? A lot of it being up to what AL wants to do as compared to like an aggressive play that RNG will be able to make. I guess you can bring Wei to a side lane and try to find a pick there, but with things like a Chain Crystal Air on Realm Warp, AL will always have onus to make these plays first.
Yeah, Breathe will see the play coming, back away, keep himself alive. But we're starting to get to the point in the game where it is feeling AL favored currently, and you have to go back to game number 2. You have to go back to subbing Tanyuan in the mid lane, like playing this full Draven composition with Shen support and think, can you afford to be this bold when you're 5-4 in the standings, when you're already going to be fighting for like middle of the table playoff standing? Like, can you really afford to have what I would call a happy game like that?
Yeah, I think a lot of it just is going to come down to like what their like Oregon player goals are, right? Like if you're kind of fine, because even now, right, none of us doubt RNG making it the playoffs. If it's all about seeding, which you're already kind of hard-pressed for, like, it won't be up to you to get, like, those top 2 spots or anything like that, right? It's going to be down to, like, how other teams perform. I think it could be valuable to get some stage time with certain comps. Whether those comps are the ones that you really want to dedicate stage time to in this meta with those members, I don't know. But at least there's some, like, long-term thinking there, even if it does bite them here, because AL set up so far to win this game, might even just get their third Hextech Drake in a row here.
Pins big damage onto Wei here, onto the whole squad in fact, as Gala almost gets finished off. Pins has not even taken damage yet. Finally they turn onto him, but here comes Betty onto the backline, ZDZ on the flank as well. And AL have picked RNG apart. The fight is over before it even began. Pinzy setting it all up, and Betty and ZDZ knock it down.
I mean, Pinzy just sidestepping every single skill shot being thrown at him, and then able to just barrage them with those Qs. Now 4AL gonna have some minions here to play with this, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, but not only are they gonna get their third Dragon, like I said, third Hextech Drake in a row for AL. Also get bot lane turret. Pinzy might even be getting mid here. Didn't look like he was actually hitting turret, was just pushing it away, but we'll see. Wei gets locked down and chunks to low, and I mean, hell, Wei's the only one that has like point and click, easy to land CC. He's already taken low. Pinzy was sidestepping everything else. They'll get chunked, and then Betty following it up with the ult. I love that he knows he's the safety of ZDZ's teleport as well, so he doesn't really have to fear overextending too much. And then just able to run them down. I don't know if that flash was necessarily needed. Pinzy maybe should have held on to that one for the future, but they're in such a commanding lead right now.
He wanted a bit of credit for the play that he realistically set up all by himself. 1v3 winning
He's
that.
1-0-7 after doing all the heavy lifting there.
I know. But Benny the one to get the credit as he flies in and makes the play. Angel currently 0-0-0 in this game as well. Like, that's a mid-diff right there. 107 for Pinzi, who is just looking fantastic today. Honestly, he's had a great day.
But it also just feels like so hard or weird to like, because you're not really matching your eyes and sides, right? You're kind of just catching waves. Ideally, it's the Syndra. You want these team fights. You need a front line in front of you to be dishing out as much damage as possible, and you just really don't have that. So RNG kind of like this 1-4 where both Varus and Syndra are catching waves mid, and everything's on your Fiora to be able to go and capitalize. And it just isn't able to pan out.
Pinzi is so tanky. Even when he does take some skill shots, like a lot of HP to work with. Managing to walk away with more than half of his health. No sustain in the composition though, so it does mean like that poke will stick. And that's what RNG want, right? Is to be able to poke at range like this before a fight. It's just whether or not they can find that opportunity consistently. Nice bit of mechanical play from Way there. Onto ZDZ. The grand challenge is there, but there's Betty to turn it all around. And RNG are getting annihilated. Anyone's legend. Living up to the second word in their name.
I thought ZDZ was dead, but the arrow and the Counter-Strike setting up for Betty to come in. Xiaohao finishing off some kills as well. It's going to happen. AL going to be able to take down RNG.
This is unbelievable. Xiaohao, 100% kill participation this game as well. Betty with the insane ultimates. ZDZ running it into the tower in the final minute of the game. But it doesn't matter. 14-1, anyone's legend with a massive upset over RNG.
Huge props to the whole top side. ZDZ, Pinzi overall, feel like they had like a great series. Xiaohao, I mean, was just a standout. Even the bot lane, right? Like, Betty had good moments. Like, again, we've talked about the 2v2 isn't exactly there, but if you know your 2v2's weakness and you can, like, draft and play for team fights, that's a solid game plan to be able to take over games. And then Sword Art with his veterancy, you know, helping glue and bring it all together. So AL, I mean, taking down RNG. And like you said, RNG, maybe this could have been a 2-0 had they not elected to bring in Tangyuan in game 2, had they not opted into a draft that had a lot of like off-meta flavors. But they opted into that, and now it's just hoping that they don't regret a situation like this later down the line. You know, they can still manage to get in the playoffs, and they can look back to this as like, hey, we got some experience, we like learned this, or we know like we don't want to run this comp, or maybe like we need to give Tangyuan more time. Whatever their takeaways are, hopefully there are at least some takeaways there, so this experience does prove beneficial to them.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this can be a kind of a learning moment for RNG moving forwards, but for anyone's legend, no learning needed. They are over the moon with how this one's gone. And like, what a moment for a lot of these young players on this squad as well. Like, this does feel like a squad that you'd expect to need a bit of time to mesh, right? But like, they were given an opportunity here by RNG, and they seized it with both hands. Absolutely bounced on top of it.
Yeah, AL. Just again looking solid. I like what we saw come out from Pinzi, especially just newer players coming into the league, right? Because we knew Xiaohao was a player with like hyped highs, sick mechanics, things you can rely on. ZDZ has been a player who he's improved over like his tenure in the LPL. I think sometimes we don't exactly get to see it because well, players come in from LDL and they'll get subbed out. Like let's use TT captain for example, where it's like, had he stayed in, could he improved like we saw someone like Forge do as well over the years? Yeah,
Cube
but didn't get the chance. Cube and ZDZ has gotten that opportunity, so it's like cool. We know ZDZ is someone who is able to step up and has these champions to take over. But Pinzi coming in, just been a treat to watch, especially today.
Yeah, absolutely. Pinzi, amazing day. Xiaohao, I mean, Xiaohao Lee Sin was always going to be good, but I feel like we really got a highlight reel today. I feel like half of the time I was just watching a montage for Xiaohao in some of these plays. Fantastic stuff, but I really hope Pinzi gets the MVP from this one, especially off of that dragon play where he's literally 1v3, dodging everything, goes forward when they expect him to go back, playing with vision in the brush. Like, that was just such a sick fight, honestly.
Yeah, great fight from him. He had a lot of moments like that. If it did end up going to Xiaohao, wouldn't mind. Even Benny had like all the highlight plays.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, to be fair, is Kaisa.
It's Kaisa,
I was gonna say that kind of is what you're set up for, right? Like, but he did what he was supposed to do. We saw, oh, people are CC'd, and my like top sides jumped in. I'm in there with them. So, yeah, it for AL, still a lot of places to improve. Still kind of questionable performances on the run. Again, so I'll just say it. Sort of really needs to stop getting caught out and like find, even if you aren't bringing value in the 2v2, if you can bring value in team fights, finding sick engages, as long as you aren't getting caught out looking for vision and like rotating around the map, I think that would even be a solid band-aid to some of the issues that AL is having. But definitely still things to learn and improve on for anyone's Legend.
And this was the only 4 bans. Imagine what they could do with 5.
Yeah.
Imagine what they could do with 5 bans.
And I'm confirming it, any birthdays at all.
Yeah.
Curse.
Keep birthdays away from League of Legends. Birthdays are ruining the LPL.
Back in the day, it was girlfriends. Now it's
Now
birthday.
now it's
that
birthdays.
was, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
What a timeline.
Yeah.
Nobody saw this coming.
0. Okay, well, you know what? We still have an MVP. We still have an interview, but, you know, we already know. We can say, like, we're going to go to match 2 pretty fast. So I'm curious to see who we get to interview. I'm curious to see who we get as our MVP. Again, I feel like there's...
I hope it's Pinsy for both.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Maybe ZDZ, since he won the matchup in the top
You know,
side.
the one thing I'll give Sword Art is I'm okay with Sword Art for interviews because Sword Art actually has, like, Sword Art has personality.
He has giga charisma.
Yeah, so, you know, if we can get, like, an MVP to pin Z and then, like, an interview by Sword Art, because I assume the rest of the members, I mean, we've seen Xiaohao and ZDZ, very, like, soft-spoken guys, Betty as well.
We saw Pinsy walk onto the stage. He was, like, kind of shuffling, gave a tiny little wave to the crowd. Like, ZDZ, though, he came out, like, you know, joking, like, breathe.
Yeah.
You know? I like that.
Oh, maybe that would be.
Yeah.
Hopefully he would bring out more personality, but them asking him about, hey, this like...
I think he'll be on the main stage. I think he'll be on the Chinese side interview. It's Pinsy for the interview. We're going to head over and find out what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to Post Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Pings, millionaire for anyone's legend. Congratulations on your reverse sweep of this best of 3 against RNG, who ranks higher on standings. And how did you guys prepare for this matchup? Because they were on a 4-winning streak. 欢迎 Pings 来到我们的校采访，恭喜 AL 今天在这个 BO3 当中让1追2拿下比赛。今天针对到的是此前状态火热4连胜的 RNG， 并且他们在积分榜也是稍稍靠前嘛。针对这场比赛 ，AL 这边有做什么样特殊的准备吗？
我们就是说他们的，就是我们的上路激烈对抗会比较那个少嘛，然后我们就是重心就放在中下半区就可以了。
So in today's matchup, we don't think that there will be so many intense fights on top lane. So we just focus on the mid lane and bot lane, just to play around the mid and bot. And I also want to touch on the game number 2, which you got MVP on LeBlanc. I know that you did a really great job on mid jungle synergy. Could you tell me your general strategies on this champion? How did you guys manage to even get 10k gold leads against your opponent? 那么今天第2局的时候可以看到，就像我们 Pings 选手说的是围绕中路或者下半区，但第2局可以明显是你们中野带起了节奏嘛？想问一下，当你拿到妖姬这个英雄之后，自己有没有觉得很有信心在线上能拿到优势，或者说你大概对于第2局的一个思路是什么样的？
当时我就跟教练说，给我妖姬，然后看我中野打就会很优势，然后会赢下来。
那你和中路小号的一个配合都是谁去叫谁啊，或者是你们之间的一个沟通是怎么样？
更多的都是我 call 他来抓，然后他自己也会看的。
Actually, I told to my coach that I really want to pick LeBlanc. Please give me the champion. I'm so confident on his champion. I really can get leads in laning. And in terms of our mid jungle synergy, sometimes I will call Xiaohao for help, and sometimes he will depend on the actual situation to come and help me. And the second question, let's get it back into the game number 3. I think that you guys really pay more attention on top lane to target breathe, but for your bot lane, really got punished because they even can buy so many core items like your support. So in game number 3, how did you guys manage those mid-game skirmishes and team fight in order for this victory? 那么在第3局的时候，可以看到这边 AL 是有去针对上路的呼吸哥，但是下路这边的发育很明显受到了限制，可能我们看到辅助选手的工资装啊都是很难出来的。所以在除了这2条路之外，作为中路选手，你们是如何在中期的时候一些中期的小规模团战和团战处理的比对面 RNG 好，或者说是面对中期你们的一个思路是什么样，然后可以拿下他们呢？
我们中期就说让我去前面扛伤害，然后他们会收割的。
Actually, in mid-game, our communication is like that. Let me go to the front of the line, and I can handle so many pressure. I really can under too much pressure and handle the damage from our opponent to create some environment for our teammates. Final question for you: we are really excited to see Anyone's Legends get another victory in regular season, and we all know that you are dying for victory. So, from your perspective, what's your take on your synergy, and how would you evaluate your improvement so far in regular season? 那么最后一个问题，很开心看到 AL 今天又在比赛中拿到了一个胜场嘛。其实，在之前呢，蛇社也说过 ，AL 一直在积极努力的尝试你们的风格和探索一些其他的方法。所以到目前为止，你觉得 AL 在哪些方面取得了进步，或者在哪些方面还需要提升呢？
我们中野的配合什么的联动都已经就最近进步的蛮多的。然后我们整体吧还是要看英雄池，然后还是版本的英雄要多练吧。
Actually, we really get a really improvement and made so many great progress, like in our mid jungle synergy. And in future, we also need to practice more champions and to enlarge our champion pool and increasing our understanding to the meta. Try to practice some meta champions. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Pins 来到我们英文流赛的采访。Back to you guys.
Very humble there from Pinsy. Still like a lot to improve on, a lot to build up over time for Anyone's Legend, but still a fantastic win. And, you know, I'd be less humble if I was him after the performance he's had today. And, you know, say to his coach, look, pick me LeBlanc. I want to play LeBlanc. I can carry on LeBlanc. Definitely lived up to that.
It definitely did. And again, looking at it, I wouldn't be surprised if he's our MVP. I don't know if we're gonna get in our ears right now. Oh, never mind. We apparently don't get it at all.
We're skipping MVP.
I'm gonna assume he's Pinsy's MVP in our
he's
hearts.
our MVP. Pinsy, we salute you. Hunger Games style. I was going to whistle, but whistling does not come well.
But now I get to finally experience going straight into the next match. So I guess we already have BAM pick. We can pull that up, and we can just get going as we get to see top esports. Oh,
wow, Twitch.
Yeah, WE, the ones bringing out the Twitch. Also Cassiopeia, Shank's signature. But on the opposite side, we get top esports, Yone, Jace with the Sejuani. Yeah. Always an exciting one. And Jackie Love, he's always been one of the players that have really loved that Ziggs pick. So we're going to see how it goes because a lot of soul lane focus for the side of TES. To our WEs, I mean, just more holistically over like indexing into team fights, right? I'm curious to see what lane they decide to play around. But it's definitely about the 5v5 coming in when you have things like the Ziggs ultimate. You have the Cassiopeia able to just stop everyone in their tracks, and someone like the Gnar and Wukong to set it all up.
I mean, Iwandy, known for being a little bit toxic in solo queue already. Well, Twitch support, that's bringing the solo queue toxicity to another level. Very literally toxic with the poisons coming out. Iwandy going to be roaming the map, making things happen on Twitch. This is going to be an interesting game. WE very much in need of wins here. They're in a similar position to RNG in the standings where they can make it to playoffs, and they very likely will make it to playoffs if they can get wins on the go.
And like I said, for top esports, we're going to be keeping our eyes on top and mid. Actually, going to have Qingtian, the one to run the Yone up against the Gnar. So a lot of potential pressure that is available for Tien. Take Flash off the mini Gnar. He is very exploitable to these ganks. And I like it. Having Jace up against the Cassiopeia instead of vice versa, because you at least have things like the accelerated shock blast to play with to not get in that like threat range of Cassio. If you are opting into just like a Battle of Auto, she will be able to spam you with her ease. So we're going to see how Rookie navigates that one, but did take the phase rush.
This is going to be a weird game. This is going to be a very strange game of League of Legends. But I'm excited for it. I'm here for it. And we'll see if WE will be able to bring it to top esports. Feels like an interesting day of League of Legends with our first series. Anyone's Legend managing to upset RNG. I don't think anyone was anticipating that result. Plenty of room for error here with WE, a middle-of-the-table team and top esports. A squad that have fumbled a couple of times more recently.
Got absolutely dismantled by JG. Really felt like Tien was the only one to show up in that series. They really drafted to like hard snowball, and sadly they weren't able to. And then once they got to a point where they couldn't,
Jackie Love, level 1 trouble right here. How much damage can they get out? Oh, the poison It's not enough. The pots come in. My goodness, though. Flash burned at level 1.
Yeah, not respecting what the Twitch is able to do. Twitch, one of these champions that, I mean, with that Q start, you come out from an unexpected angle, you have such strong trading with the Hail of Blades. You would even think that Jackie Love would, like, read into that well, considering that Jackie Love is one of our players who has also played Twitch this split, but getting punished off the back of it, and Hope and Iwandi have been one of the fearsome parts of WE. When you look at WE, you're looking at mid, you're looking at bot. Hung, I think, has even impressed me this split as well, for BuBu, just that typical role player.
And this ain't going to get any easier for Jackie Love, because now Varus going to get some levels on his Q. Jackie Love is going to have some fancy footwork under that tower to survive. TN moving into the bottom lane here. Don't know if he'll find any purchase on the play. TN trying to trade back on the trade in the top side as the Gnar coming out. This is actually BuBu's second most played top laner, despite the fact that not seeing that much play in the LPL right now.
We have like a couple people, him,
Yeah.
the Shy, I think it was Bin who had like a little spurt of it for like a week or two. And yeah, just a champion that feels like a bit of a, can slot into many different roles, can wear many different hats as Iwandi. Can have to punish Rookie, but Tien is here.
Iwandi's level 2, does need to be a little cautious as Hang just gets annihilated. This is 2v3, Rookie falls flash and taken down. The Twitch Cassiopeia combo is just too strong.
Still, them able to find a 1-for-1 in a 2v3 right off the bat is quite nice. Had Mark been there a bit sooner, they could have potentially even just turned that around for another one with flashes having to be committed.
Mark denying the recall from Iwandi there, and actually going for the play. Ignite available, the shock blast denied by minions. Minions save the play. Mark is burning, he's got a pot, he's okay.
At the end of the day, Mark now burning sums. Iwandi holding on to the flash. I mean, right, he's behind the minions. He sees the minions there. He knows he isn't going to go down, but still the discipline. We're going to see Top Esports, just great job to instantly turn onto the same target and make sure that he goes down. And now, sadly for Rookie, even with flash, too much damage able to come on through, and Mark being a little bit behind, so no initial turn available. We see a ton of summoners blown by TES in these first few minutes.
And that is where Twitch comes alive.
Yeah.
When you don't have flash, this is an AP Twitch with a blasting wand already. Look, Iwandi, he's never going bot lane again.
Like, think about it. Despite it's 1-for-1, we only have 1 missing flash on the side of WE. We have 4 missing for TS. Like you said, now Iwandi, keeping our eyes on him, hovering around top, at least making sure that BuBu can get the recall. But we need to keep our eyes on this mid lane of what Iwandi's able to pull off. It looks like he's just going to be clearing vision for now.
Yeah. I love that Mark was in the top side river brush of mid there, because he's like, there's no way Twitch ain't coming mid. There's no way that this isn't another Twitch gank coming on through. Does have to return towards the bottom side. Needs to be there and get some experience for himself as Iwandi spotted under the tower. We'll just get a tiny bit of damage onto Rookie.
Top Esports running a composition that, I mean, they have solid damage later on, so it's not necessarily they need to accelerate the game, but having like these strong lanes with the Sejuani, they would have liked to. But with such a great start coming out from Iwandi, I love how they're just bringing this pressure from lane to lane. Jackie Love and Mark, I think they should be fine, even with Jackie Love not having flash, but they're sticking around.
Satchel charge available for Jackie Love. Mark could be the target as Heng was spotted by the tower. Well, Mark is just so tanky on this Leona. He'll walk away. And as you say, Top Esports get out with their lives. That slow push will not crash though. Not ideal for Jackie Love, but with Tien hovering around, perhaps this is something that they can force under the tower.
Jackie Love's flash is also about to be up, so at least there will be that added security there, even though Mark did a great job of playing bodyguard in that last exchange. Now spotting out these 2 members of WE. And for WE, right, I definitely feel like they're still the ones in the driver's seat in terms of how they're looking to make this work with the pick attempts coming out from Iwandi. In Top Esports, all they can really do is hope to have numbers advantage, even try to ward this off, which only comes through the prio of Iwandi moving around the map.
Here we go, engage from Top Esports. They bring the aggression this time around. Iwandi flashing. Mark low on HP. The dot ticking away here, and Hope just walks forward for one last auto. Tien and Jackie Love not bringing anything to the table here, as Hope just chasing them down. 1v3 at this point. So Iwandi trying to get involved in the play, but the minefield will disengage. Oh, what?
Hope with the snipe onto Tien. I mean,
That
oh
was
wait!
insane! Oh, he's smashing forwards. Hope is
I love
on
it. I love
fire
it. I
today.
love the aggression coming out from WE's bot lane. Much I'm excited.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. And I wonder he's going to sneak in. Jackie Love, does he even know that the Twitch is here? Deciding not to go for it. Only level 4 for Iwandi. The bomb comes through. Dodged by Hope. Arrow dodged by Jackie Love. Oh, it's tense, Lyric.
And you know what's crazy to think about, right? Is that we think the last season, the J2G TES rivalry, that was Hope.
Yeah,
that was Hope in that rivalry, who knows this. We're going to see in the replay, they do a great job of bursting out Hung immediately, but now not a ton of follow-up damage, right? We talked about Ziggs, not a ton of early damage. You're gated by cooldowns. Mark was already low coming into this play, and then Shanks not allowing the Jace to follow up. Hope, I love that he doesn't like give up on this and still knows he has the ability to run it down, and then great snipe onto TN to guarantee the kill.
As soon as the slow came out from the minefield, I was like, okay, yeah, play's over. But Hope managing to like just get the perfect amount of charge as well, where he's gaining range without being slow for too long to miss out on the kill.
Also, again, just not like giving up too early, not being like, hey, I am slowed. I'm just going to walk back right to the wave and start clearing this out, like knowing, no, hey, I at least have a chance to get this and I lose nothing by looking for it.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, not only does he get a kill, 4 more mana on his tier as well. So huge, huge turn in the bottom side for Hope. But seriously, impressive play coming out from Hope today. 2 kills in that fight. And now Shanks moving over. They want to contest. We will not let Top Esports get away with this. Oh, Pew! A massive Gnar into the wall. Yone comes up big though. As WE's health bars are low. It's turned around anyway. Double kill for Hung as CN forced away. Herald reset, but it does not matter. Massive play from Pew.
And I mean, Top Esports see this giant Mega Gnar just walking at them and funnel into a choke point to allow the ult to come through. WE coming up with more kills, WE coming up with the Rift Herald, and we might be primed for 2 upsets in a row.
Yeah, this would be insane. WE are playing so well today, bringing out a creative draft where not only is this Twitch going to cause a ruckus in the early game, stop Top Esports early game plans, but also in the late game, it sets up for Shanks to be a giga carry. He doesn't have to worry about getting poisoned out. He can just mash E on anyone that Twitch is hit.
Now we see here the funnel coming out from the Gnar. Xingtian doing a nice job to try to bring it back, but still the members of TES taken so low first. Rookie not able to join in. We had a really nice ult from Shanks to allow that no follow-up damage was able to come through and take any members of WE down.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from WE. Like you say, Xingtian, honorable mention in the fight, but no one on his team could quite follow up. And it does mean the WE currently 2,000 gold lead against Top Esports. And this is a Top Esports that, when it comes to the big matches, have been struggling a little bit this year. I feel like in the conversation of top teams, a lot of people not that much faith in this Top Esports roster.
Though, I do feel like it is a knee-jerk reaction after last series. Like let's add that in. Before last series is Iwandi.
Could be in trouble here. The stun should come on through. The cleanse was too early. And Jackalov grabs himself a kill. Hope, though, no fear whatsoever as he goes forward. Hang, though, 1 HP and taken down himself by Rookie this time. Mark trying to get away and has flash available. Gets over the wall. Shanks, no way does he flash that. I thought he was going to chase, but he doesn't even have flash available.
Do manage to escape. WE Hung going down. And I mean, a lot of aggressive fights coming out all over the map. Whether it's like objectives being up or not, like in the bot lane, we start off with that. Now around Herald, around Dragon. Xingtian, though, gonna look
ideal.
for View.
He just gets nothing. He gets barely any damage in the trade and loses half of his HP bar and his ultimate. But the flash forward. Xingtian wants it so bad, but he just doesn't have the damage.
Not able to get it done. Biu gonna manage to survive. And Rookie hovering up because they really wanted to finish this one off. We even see Tien making his way up as well. They aren't gonna be able to find it. We're gonna go to a replay of what happens around this bot side. Hung being forced off, and it's an awkward place for WE where they just are so split with Iwandi going down immediately. Hope and Shanks are nowhere near the fight. And I'm surprised they're sticking around, having confidence in the amount of DPS that Shanks is able to put out. But still, with how low the Wukong is, end up giving over another and then not, sadly not being able to find anything else off the back of that because TS a flash.
There was a really crucial bomb from Jackie Love there as well, just before Heng went in. Managed to get a Q onto Heng and I believe it was Shanks as well. It just sets up for them Rookie to kind of finish the job onto the WE jungler. Really nice stuff from Top Esports. 5 and 5 on the scoreboard. Gold is in touching distance once again. And I'm a little bit worried for WE if they can't keep snowballing, as apparently Jackula just solo killed Iwandi in the bottom side during the previous replay.
This Twitch was finding so much value in the first 5 minutes of the game. And ever since Iwandi, I mean, just without the ability to like cheesily walk around the first 5 minutes in stealth, not really able to find anything.
I will say, it would be very in keeping with solo queue Twitch support if Iwandi just starts sprinting it now that they've not already won the game in 10 minutes. That would just be the perfect cosplay. Herald gonna come down in the mid lane. We'll get a couple of plates as Iwandi tries to get damage onto Rookie here. But not much will come of it. Hope is playing aggressively. The positioning is consistently trying to find pressure as they force TN away from his jump.
Yeah, I mean, WE, right, they went all ins. I feel like Wombo combo is too strong of a word, right?
Yeah.
Wukong Cyclone into Iwandi opening his ultimate and Shanks DPSing that whole time. To where Top Esports have what is pretty much a poke and then re-engage composition, right? Throwing out Accelerated Shock Blast and Ziggs Bombs, and then you have Ching Tian, Tian, and Mark to be able to follow up and make sure you can finish off these targets. So WE knowing that they don't want an extended standoff. BuBu?
Well, BuBu is no more. That is how you kill a Mininar right there. Just slam the ultimates and beat him into the floor.
Sadly,
waiting for the answer here. I'm going to move in. They're going to be okay.
Sadly for BuBu, didn't, you know, I said WE don't want extended standoffs. He didn't get that, which is good, but he just got bursted out right away, which is also not exactly
not
what
ideal.
You want to be the one going in and bursting out the enemy. But we are still in early laning phase. You're locked in the lane as that Mininar, and we highlighted that this, right, it was obvious on paper this sort of Top Esports comp was going to end up Sejuani with the 2 soul laners that they have of just these 3-man dives towards top side. And BuBu, sadly, this might not even be this might not be the last one that he faces in this game.
No, it might not be. We'll see. How WE are going to respond, though? Because I kind of want them to ramp up the aggression again and try and find, like, I feel like this is the kind of composition that if you get a single pick, you can kind of snowball and just keep tempo the whole time and just, like, play to your own rhythm. And it becomes very difficult to play against. But once you lose that, it can feel very difficult to find it again.
And it feels like they kind of have. Like, again, this game's so incredibly close. Either side could win. But WE, that first 5, 6 minutes of the game were in pure control. Iwandi was just constantly a step ahead of the moves he could make and felt like Mark was on the follow-up. But ever since giving over a few kills, haven't been able to keep it going forward to where for Top Esports. I mean, now look, bounties on Rookie and Jackula. Sure, there's one on the side of Hope who has been a highlight of WE this game. And yeah, for WE, I feel like Hope, Shanks, they are really going to be the ones we're following, as Hung and BuBu are going to be the setup.
Yeah, I mean, realistically for Hope, there's not that much threat on him this game, aside from Jingtian. Unless TN is going for some crazy flank, like Jingtian TP flanks and just trying to find the backside himself. It's really the only threat that a Lethality Virus should be facing. This is sneaky.
I knew it wouldn't be the last time, Munch. I knew it. BuBu knows it too.
He drops the ward, but there's no way he's surviving this one. The root comes in. Solar Flare used as well. Rookie wait, Jingtian didn't even get an assist somehow. He popped his ult, but it was too late. But he'll be okay. He gets a tower. I think that's good.
Teams are trading. We see Hope now picking up the start in the bot lane. Both teams now trying to transition towards mid. You can see some pings coming out for the side of WE. But Tien still here. I don't know if they've damaged to be able to find anything with only Jackula.
Jackula here. Satchel Charge available, but just going to flash. Doesn't have time to go for the Satchel Charge. Iwandi straight away with the cleanse to keep himself alive. That was crucial.
Oh.
Flash in from Hope. Jackula down. Well played by WE, and Hope so aggressive permanently, but the minefield finishes the kill onto Hung. And Tien with a great little sep on the answer.
And members of WE already chunked out. Like Iwandi's already half HP, going for a recall. Shanks low on mana. Top Esports are just coming off their resets. So they're going to be able to, I guess, not get pressure in mid anymore because Hope luckily just cleared out the wave. If not, that could have been more pressure on a mid-late turret for them. But at the very least, we saw right before this, they're pivoting towards spot with Ching Tian. Jackula kind of got baited by Tien here, had to flash, but then wanting to follow up on Iwandi and giving an angle for Hope to come on through. A lot of this allowed by the fact that Top Esports having no vision towards that bottom side of River. They didn't see Hope, but yeah, I mean, the minefield coming out against Hung.
Yeah.
A lot of trading on both sides going on in these team fights.
Yeah, it feels dangerous on both sides. There's a lot of long-range damage available, and Iwandi's gone! Absolutely destroyed by Top Esports. And now they can just continue the siege. Wait for the satchel charge to come up from Jackulov. That'll finish the tower the second it's available. WE kept at arm's reach as Shanks the next target. Xingtian forces the flash out from him. That tower going down. And Hope is in that situation that we often see Lethality Varus is in, where he's actually just wave clearing. He's not really able to get that much damage out, and that's the worst place to be. You need to be being aggressive as that Lethality Varus. And when your team's falling apart like this, it's difficult to make that happen.
I really feel like what you said earlier was so relevant about like when you have the tempo, it just feels so strong. When you fall behind, it's not even W's comp I think falls behind doesn't feel strong. It's really just the twitch and isolation. As Iwandi, off of saying that, does end up finding one. I wonder how much the fight just keep going.
Yeah, Shanks finds a son onto Xingtian. That's going to be a solo kill for Shanks. And in the meantime, Pew arrives to finish off TES. They deny the jump over the wall. Beautifully played by WE. 2 huge picks. This is the tempo that they needed. Mark, though, finds a stun onto Pew. Here comes Rookie to try and turn it around, but Meganar's about to be hit here. Stun goes wide, forces the flash.
And somehow they just forced numbers advantage in like 3 different skirmishes. 2 people targeting, I believe it was Jackulov in the mid lane. Like, we break into a 3v2 in bot side where you utilize 2 members to find the first pick, and then they can rotate over to start up with the second. Really nice from WE, and honestly, I think it was Top Esports kind of negligence leaving that open.
Yeah.
We're gonna see here how it starts off. Ooh, they spot the oh no. They don't even care about the recall. Just having enough range to play with to outright taking out Jackulov when he's 40% HP. That's where Rookie was. Rookie taking blue buff. And we see here, I mean, 2 isolated members. Great ult from Shanks to allow the kill onto Xingtian. And then Pew able to run this down with Hung after TPing in to make sure that everything goes the way of WE. Rookie also uses TP, but not able to find any impact. The deaths had already come out before he's really even able to group up with anyone.
And then
TP's gonna blow a flash.
Yeah. So really, really tough sequence of plays coming out from Top Esports. And I feel like this game is so back and forth, and I don't mean just close, I mean back and forth. Big damage across the squad there from Jackulov. Hung is behind enemy lines right now, but his team is so low. Iwandi burning from the Leandries there. I think he'll survive, but only just. The Top Esports surely can't do Baron with TN on, what is that, 1,000 HP at most?
Oh, he's Warmogs. He's chilling.
They can do Baron.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Look at Iwandi though. Iwandi in base right now, so Top Esports trying to take advantage of this timing. They're going to instantly pivot to Baron. They do have to be careful. Iwandi doesn't have his ult up, which does feel quite impactful, but still having the Cyclone, still having the Gnar ultimate. A lot of ways to force action in this constricted pit.
It's so tough to push into Jackulov though, the amount of zone control he has available. They're just going to fast take it. Forcing the issue. Mark trying to zone. Jackulov in trouble here. Has the flash. Hung with a big ultimate. But immediately taken down. The response from Xingtian there. Shanks trying to chase. Pew trying to find his way in. No flash available though. And just kept at arm's length. This is Jackulov's dream. Them trying to play into the Ziggs. All of the poke can just fly on through. Shanks with a shield to keep himself alive. Here comes Pew. He found a way in. And the answer is there from WE. Baron is not enough when you're losing players like this, but still 3v2, and TN wants a little bit more.
Xingtian TP'd in full HP, so they're rearing and ready to go. The question is, can they close the gap?
Oh, Shanks huge. TN's ult comes back off cooldown though. And there go the carries. Rookie over the wall to finish the job. And somehow, Top Esports get out of that fight with 3 Baron buffs.
Honestly, the fact that they were able to take down that initial kill onto Hung really felt like the difference maker. We even went into that fight missing tools, right? Iwandi, I believe, didn't have his ult at the start of it. We didn't have chains of corruption when the fight started. And by the time Pew found his ulti, I don't really know how much there really was to turn around. We see here, goes in. Sure, you get 2 members, but Rookie has been untouched, and Shinky and crucially able to TP in full HP. So it feels like a matter of time before they're able to run them down. And sure, Shanks hits his ult here onto Tien, but what damage you have to take down the Sejuani before Chinkian's able to follow up. So we're gonna come out of this replay, see if Top Esports converted this into a dragon. They're doing it now.
Yep, doing it as we speak. And, you know, Rookie has not been the focus of the commentary. It's not really been what I've been keeping my eyes on this game, but he is quietly taking control. 7-1-1 on the mid lane Jace. He's consistently picking up these kills, and it means that now, once he finishes that Muramana, which will be coming any minute now, like, he's going to be a monster.
Again, you're able to match the poke of the Varus and have more of it. And Ziggs and Jace, mid to late game, so great in the Cassiopeia because she can never get in range of you. Everything is on Hung and Bubu. But we've seen consistently, whenever Hung or Bubu try to go in, they get burst out before they're able to find any sort of impact. Bubu has had 2 really good gnarls this game, just hasn't made a difference.
Oh, Tien gonna go for a dive here. Shanks forced to flash his head, goes to the re-engage, but I wonder on the top side of the play, almost one shot by Rookie himself. And the siege continues. Top Esports can just rinse and repeat this. Iwandi, 1 HP, has to go back to the fountain. And that'll be an inhib taken on the bottom side. Bubu was trying to split push in the meantime. He got a tier 2, but that's just not enough to answer for an inhib. Hung, in the meantime, goes in as well. Wait, is he gonna die? No way does Jingtian get that. Okay. Last Q just goes slightly wide. Jingtian will walk away with his life as well.
We need to remember, again, despite recent sentiment around TES, TES came into the year as most people having them in their top 2, them and JDG. Even going into the series against JDG, Top Esports actually had 1 less series loss than them, but really getting exposed, really shown how much they play off of just kind of finding picks and then forcing momentum ahead with that. JDG really outplaying them in both terms of coordination and map play. And I feel like we're seeing a similar thing here. We're not necessarily seeing like insane coordination or map play come out from Top Esports. It really just has been like they're able to find some of these picks. They have really good players, and like it's not terrible. It's just not at that S+ tier level you'd expect a 9-2 team to be. But still, quality of individuals can make the world of difference.
Rookie looks like he's overextending. He's trying to look juicy because the rest of the squad have moved over. Iwandi caught, taken down, and now the rest of the team pulled into a beautiful wombo. The Cyclone from Hung, it'll find 1, but that's all it will find. And now the rest of the team charge on in. It's the support jungle chasing the monkey through the jungle. Tien flashes over the wall, and the flail will finish the job. Bubu alone in the world. The rest of the carries can move over whenever they fancy. The support jungle duo of Mark and Tien.
They have minions. They have minions already hitting Nexus turrets.
Just end the game, guys. Just end the game. They want to take this top in him for some reason. Rookie wondering where on earth this team is.
They actually could have just looked to end the game.
Yeah, well, this is weird. This has been a weird game, honestly, for Top Esports.
You know, Munch, if you want to go back to criticizing TES, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Like, it was the fact that Tien and Mark are chasing Hung, they're chasing Bubu, and Rookie and Jingtian are both in the top lane hitting that tower. It's like, guys, you are not on the same page.
No. And we're at a point now, 6K gold lead for TES. The base just being whittled down, only having 2 inhibs left open, and then those Nexus turrets. And hell, even one of the Nexus turrets is on like 20% HP.
It's the fact that Top Esports also didn't even get an inhib there. Shanks locked up though, and that is some big old damage coming out from Jagular at this point. Heng tries to save the play, but Jingtian in the top side of the fight as well has a stopwatch to save his own life. Heng then taken out by the face. Oh, Jingtian finds Nogabot to home. He will live, but barely. Throwing out the Qs to try and find some kind of answer, but 3 kills should be more than enough.
And they could still just look for the end here. Tien having the tankiness to be able to, and we even have 2 waves. 2 waves now coming in. Gonna see what they're able to force. We have about 15-second death timers. They should have this much.
Hope with a good cleanse to try and keep himself safe here. Mark low on HP. Hope desperately trying to turn it around. The health bars are low enough, but misses his Q onto Rookie, and Rookie will punish immediately. iWandy steps out of the Nexus, but that is all he'll be able to do as Top Esports take game number 1.
Messy game from both sides. iWandy, beautiful start on the Twitch. Like, TES just looked like, I don't want to say like they didn't know about Twitch Q and coming out with all these like unexpected early ganks. They just looked like they didn't care.
Yeah.
They didn't care about them. Like, sure, iWandy, you get some kills. But then once they started having Mark iWandy around the map, that he wasn't able to find that same amount of pressure. And yeah, then when once the Twitch started falling behind, you saw TS focusing him heavily and like bursting him out at the start of every fight. And it's like Rookie and even Chingtian to a degree started just slowly getting like so massive that once we got to the mid game, you could see like Cassiopeia is so far outranged. Like, what can you do in these fights? And kudos to BuBu. Again, he had 2 good ults, but it's like every time Hung would go in, he would already be be dead by the time anyone can even get involved.
I mean, it felt impossible for them to move into this Ziggs. Like, the minefield's there, the satchel charge is there. Like you say, just absolutely annihilated on impact. And then you got Rookie to finish the job. Jackie loves ults on top of all of that as well.
And Xingtian's also just there being like an annoyance, like throwing his ult, being like, haha, like my damage doesn't even matter. I'm cherry on top, and you still gotta be afraid of me.
I like Xingtian. That was a weird game from him, honestly. He had some really high highs and some really low lows, like the flash onto BuBu during the laning phase. That it was like
he had some
universe where he's gonna get that
high
kill.
Lows as well, where like he E'd forward at one point and Hung like jumped behind him as Wukong, and he also just then like ulted behind him onto the Wukong that was right next to him.
Yeah,
he could have just hit. I don't think he needed to use ult, but he got the kill. So, you know, I kind of like that.
Strange game.
I like that from Xingtian. I like that Xingtian.
I feel like he was having fun, and that's what counts. This is a video game after all.
He's a bit of mystery behind him. Xingtian's another player with.
How is that your conclusion?
Whoa. How is that not your conclusion?
Well, I mean,
Xingtian lives his life on the edge. The mean streets of...
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Xi'an right now.
Yeah.
The mean streets of Xi'an. He is one of the Terracotta Warriors.
I guess Top Esports would be based in Shanghai, so... But I guess I don't know where he is from. So, you know, anywhere Xingtian is a mean street. And I'm going to stick with that one.
No matter which streets, he's mean in them, and they become mean streets inherently.
Xingtian looks like one of the most wholesome people. Like,
seems so nice.
If you see Xingtian like laugh or smile on stage, it's another one that just warms you up.
Yeah. But that said, you put like a Sith hood over the top half of his face, he'll still look menacing. I'm telling you. Rookie gonna get himself the MVP. Like we said, you know, fairly quiet, but somehow still like a massive impact in the game. It didn't feel like he was having that much of an impact in the early game necessarily. It felt like there was a couple of moments like the early Twitch gank where he ended up going down. Wasn't that great from him, but still sweeping up those kills, still massive impact later on.
Yeah. Overall, just, again, we got to see what we expect from Top Esports, the nice things that we know and love, also the things what could have led them, that could lead them to lose series.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what Top Esports have up their sleeves and whether we get more shenanigans from iWandy right after.
Started up by LNG. They're TPing actually behind as well. Zika is coming. He doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught, but he has Scout right there. Shun's honestly using Zika to try to get out of this one, and he does, but no! The sniper shot from Scout.
The LPL are kings again.
Okay, hear me out here. Have you ever gone through a breakup and you tell your ex that they'll never find someone else like you? Well, that's true most of the time. Unless your ex is EDG and they pick up this guy named Fofo.
The traps force him back to the rest of his team. JJ joining the squad as everybody rushes away! Fofo comes in and takes Ultra Prime apart. That was disgusting.
And with Mako leading the roster, I'd keep a close eye on the bot lane, just in case.
So many mistakes, so much damage, and then you're always able to do your job.
Oh, the trap is there as well. Leave has to cleanse. Balan walks away just about with his life. But the bubble is huge onto Doggo. Both of them 100 HP. JJ wants to move in. I don't think he can do it, but Mako can! Flashes forward.
Now we're going to see what they're able to do is leave.
Oh, no, Balan!
Oh, no, that's what they can do!
Leaf destroys him! He has a family!
But let's not forget, LNG has Tarzan and Scout.
Last line's a Scout.
There's about to be a physical reaction in terms of maybe Should going down. He does have the rest of the... No! Death goes wide. Oh, he gets the cash in. Elk gets money. We actually got a little bit of something for BLG as they're trying to get a little bit more. Yagao gets a big push back for Scout, but Scout slams the hammer down and gets one back and forth. LNG, it's a trade of 2 for 3.
So maybe... I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch a grab before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your grab before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the beautiful city of Xi'an in China, WE's hometown. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that quite correctly. I actually went to Xi'an once, and in the airport, I was like, I had to transition in a Chinese airport, and I was like, I'm going to Xi'an. They were like, where?
I mean,
like,
just again, tones and all that stuff.
And they were like, oh, Xi'an.
We suck at those. Let's pull up the lower third, and we can go down these rabbit holes when we're actually in game. Because, yeah, we already have...
Okay.
We got Pike Draven coming out, baby. I'm so ready for this. I mean, we've already seen Top Esports actually play Pike, and we know Top Esports play Draven, so big fan of the aggression. On the opposite side, Irelia coming out to be able to, looks like, deal with that Syndra in the mid lane. We have an Aphelios for Hope. And, I mean, when I think of Hope and, like, his best champions, the two that come to mind are, like, Jinx
definitely.
and Aphelios.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited that today's drafts have definitely been interesting.
This series is bringing a lot to the table. That is for sure. I think we're pretty much ready to jump into game. We are slightly behind the live feed, so we can get this action on your screens, because Pike Draven, I am all about it. I want to see this early game. I want to see the absolute shenanigans across the map, because I think it's possible we even get some lane swapping madness between this Jace, Aurelia, Syndra, Renekton combo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if there was, it would be on the side of TS, because for WE, like, you want these lanes. You want Syndra up against the Aurelia, which can be hard. I mean, WE are going to need to give ganks over, but, like, if you find the all-ins, Shanks, you just hard win. If you get one kill, you just completely snowball. Same with top lane being a bit even. And apparently we're going to start off with a 10-man hopefully scrap in the bot side.
Here we go. It's ARAM. It's ARM.
Oh, it's a team fight.
The hook goes wide. Shanks low. Gets a 3-man stun, though, as the flash comes out from TN. Shanks flash to the backside of the fight as Pew low. Jaculov's behind the whole squad, looking for the kill. First blood for Iwandi already. Pew flashes out. Iwandi into the fray, though, and taken down himself. Jaculov with one. Rookie trying to finish off Hung here. They don't get out. 1 for 1.
2 flashes blown on each side. It does look like more summoners were expended on WE overall, with heal being blown by Iwandi. No ghost on Hope. So going to be missing out on those, but I love it. I love it. 10 members, level 1.
We went into the break saying, are we going to get the same level of shenanigans? They've topped it instantly in the first minute.
Did he miss his hook?
Yeah, he did.
Missed his hook on members that are right in front of him, allows Shanks to be able to get away, but positioning from Jaculov here, the wraparound, keeping the members of WE so close, and then luckily, you know, Mark never misses twice, and that's all you need from Mark.
Yeah. He's like lightning, except with misses instead of hits.
All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down with that one.
Yeah, okay. Well, we roll.
Look at this, though. Double longsword. Double longsword on Draven, though, is the thing I'm keeping my eyes on. Especially with Hung. You pointed out Tien going up towards top side, but Hung making his way down here, wanting to punish and prevent this Draven pike lane from getting off the ground. Mark also missing out on his flash.
I think it might already be off the ground. Iwandi pulled in, might just get taken down. The flash from Jaculov to cash in before he drops. Answered by Hope, though. Jaculov will lose a lot of CS for this.
Yeah, this actually might be, I mean, I think it is. I think it's a beneficial play for WE, because not only are you denying the Dravens to farm, you got his flash, which makes these repeat plays available. Hope has kept his flash. You at least are on triple longsword, so again, maybe like you can look to punish Iwandi. You has no flash with the bone skewer to come out ahead, but at least in isolation, I think that's the play Hope isn't going to be feeling too bad about.
Yeah,
and he must not have had many stacks either.
No. He can't have had many stacks. But, you know, a bonus 50 gold you'll take at this stage of the game. Another longsword picked up by Jaculov. So I'm assuming was, you know, 40 gold shy of the serrated Dirk, picking up a longsword instead. Iwandi trying to make a play towards the mid lane. Just throws a volley at Rookie. Bew in trouble in the top side. No flash from the level 1 play. And it means Qingtian can finish the job.
This is why we're hitting on that level 1 play. Slightly advantageous towards TES, because more summoners were blown by WE in that one, and now able to take advantage of it.
And Tien, that's his 3,000th assist. 3,000th, that's really hard to say. Assist in the LPL?
3,000.
It's a lot of...
yeah. It's actually adding the H at the end that is the hardest part.
Yeah. But yeah, fantastic stuff for Tien. Little celebration there. Not a birthday, though. Really crucial that we mention that's not a birthday.
Iwandi wanting to hover around with Hung. I think not wanting to be locked in that 2v2 lane. The fact that he doesn't have a flash, like, sure, we talk about that one play, and like now Jaculov not having flash, but you still have a hook on your support. So it's going to make it so hard for Iwandi to really take advantage of what Ashe is strong at, which is looking for these aggressive early trades with the Halo Blades.
Yeah.
He's going to be playing on the back foot, just spamming volleys.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in when, like you say, that Halo Blade's really the crux of Ashe's early game. The flash over the wall from Mark, and he finds Hope. That's flash burnt, ignite, taken away! And Mark finishes the kill. Very nicely done with 2 summoners burnt from Hope as well.
Mark just needed that first bone skewer to miss to get warmed up, and ever since, this guy's been on fire.
Yeah.
Landing them left and right. We pan back to the mid lane. I'm actually, we hit on it a little bit, right? I mean, typical like range versus melee, Irelia gonna be able to win out. You have so many dashes to be able to dodge out on some of the Qs and the Scout of the Week that's able to go down. And then if you can get on top of Rookie, you will just consistently out-trade him. The thing about Irelia is, since your trade pattern is built around all-ins, it does set you up for easy ganks to come through. So a lot of times you would have your jungle and support putting a lot of pressure towards mid for you. Maybe not ganking, but at least being around, because top esports should potentially look to punish Shanks some point soon. He still doesn't have his flash up either. You have a very small window if they did want to take advantage of that.
But it is a very small window. It'd have to be right now.
Be like, yeah.
Which Mark is in the area, but I don't think it's going to happen for the time being. Qingtian, though, going to have to be cautious, but that's a good little ward up in the top side. will be spotted out by Hung as Qingtian can exit the play on the bottom side of things using that control ward, and Hang won't be able to find his man.
No, Tien now here.
Oh, actually, he might be able to find his man, but just not the way he wanted originally. Qingtian charges on forwards, a lot of sustain there, and Hang just gets destroyed. Now BuBu next on the chop block. Flash is available this time around, but Tien, he'll have Sonic Wave, and he lands it as well. Tien, double kill on the top side.
Top Esports just taking advantage of the massive crack in this top side from WE. WE thought they were fine. They had 2 members pushing up in the lane. They forced Qingtian down, but not expecting Tien to be up there. And I mean, you're winning in top. You're finding kills 2v2 in bot. You're really just doing so well to take advantage of the lanes you drafted. We're going to see here going straight onto Hung. Stung comes out, able to follow up with the Q2. And then they buy enough time to where, sure, BuBu's flash is up, tries to hold on to it, but Tien's Sonic Wave had literally just come up at that second and manages to be able to follow through.
Really nice stuff from Tien. And crucially as well, like, they saw Heng coming, right? This was a calculated play from Top Esports. Oh no, BuBu, no flash available. Dominance up now for Qingtian as they start this one off and finish this one off. Tien will just auto him down under the tower. And this ain't getting any prettier for BuBu.
Tien's early game this split has been so crazy.
It's
like in the first 10 minutes, this man is just taking over every game he's been a part of. Again, whether JG can build leads around that and like transition that to a win, you know, that is the question for Top Esports each game. But will Tien find you kills? 100%. Really just great stuff. WE gonna try and answer back with the Dragon in the bottom lane. We highlighted, like, it's not only top side. Look at bot lane. CS advantage building up for Jackie and Mark with the pressure that's just put up from the threat of any engage coming from Mark. The only kind of bit of relief is Shanks in the mid lane, but Rookie's been playing safe. Like, they have not been able to turn this into any tangible advantage for the side of WE.
Yeah, tough one as Whirling Death comes through just to deny a recall. Oh, right between the goalposts.
Oh, that's so sad for Jackie Love. I guess it doesn't change too much at the end of the day, but he wanted to keep them in lane because he's already finished up the Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
He's feeling incredibly strong. Oh, quite a bit behind his
BuBu still no flash here. And Tien makes short work of that one. A fourth kill for the Top Esports jungler.
Herald now going to be picked up by Top Esports. WE can't even look to contest. You want to start seeing them making their way down towards spot. Pings are coming out now, and that's where I want the end Hung are headed. So if you can find a cross-map play, that'd be nice. It's a lot going to be on Jackie Love, and how far forward he looks to overstay. Okay, he's going to back off, so the other members of WE are actually going to go back to mid.
I will say, generally speaking, I feel like Jackie Love has been more disciplined this split than previous years. But that said, does want his Croaks. He's a hungry boy, and Croaks look delicious. Actually, that's not true. I will say, I have never thought a stone looked delicious. Not once in my life.
You haven't. Well, actually,
where are you going with that one?
I'm not going to finish. You know what? We got posturing on the mid lane. That's pretty cool. Rookie, scout of the week.
Yeah, hook coming out from Mark. Can he find his man? Just going to cancel it in the end.
I don't know what's going on today.
No, I don't either. I tell you what, I may have never found a stone delicious, but the rock.
Oh,
Tiano, the flash.
That actually looked like a pretty sick play from Hung, too. It was just so unexpected to come out. But great reaction timing from Tien to make sure nothing comes of it.
Scan of the week there. The outplay button available for Rookie. Oh, wait, no, it's not. There's a tiny little bit left on the cooldown there. Chagalov just dodging everything. Making it look easy.
Oh, but look now. So they get pressure mid with Pyke hovering around. Now they're going to try and translate that into controlling vision on bot side. Rookie actually doesn't walk far enough to spot out the control ward in Dragon because they did have the Scuttle Crab vision, so not wanting to show himself on that one, but at least getting the wards cleared out specifically around bottom lane. And now with Mark picking up his ulti, I mean, Jackie Love and the rest of the team have had ultis for a while. This could even snowball even quicker to nice picks coming out. But hell, Top Esports haven't found a kill in like 90 or so seconds.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice window for WE so far.
This is a worrying trend for top esports. The last minute has not been nearly impactful enough. No,
They're 3K gold lead at 10 minutes?
yeah, it's
What
not
is
bad.
this?
It's not
What is
bad,
this?
is it? It's not bad. But the question remains, as seems to be the question in every top esports game, TN has got a massive early game lead. Can you convert that into a win? I wanted to target as TN goes for a solo invade here. 3 people there to punish. But I1D not level 6 just yet. I feel like if I1D 6 there, that's probably a kill.
JackieLove needs to be careful about playing this far forward when you're up against an Ashe and the rest of your team isn't hovering around you. They're hovering around mid. I think the ideal like sequence for TS would be like JackieLove pushing in this wave, pulling Hope and I1D down, and that's when you start looking for those invades from Tien and Mark to put a lot of pressure around bot. Shanks feels like he's going to be a really hard one to punish, so they're only doing this to get Rift Herald down now.
Yeah.
But I really feel like Tien should go back to putting his focus around those side lanes.
Ooh. Shanks forcing the flash out. That will be a Herald charge, at least that's 2 plates, but feels positive as an arrow comes across the map as well. Rookie in trouble, no flash available here. Here comes Mark though to turn the play around. And the reset to there. Beautiful stuff. Rookie grabbing the kill on Shanks.
Great kick from Tien. Mark flashing to guarantee he gets the stun and the CC change there. And now saying, hey, you can't pressure mid before, but now with WE looking to be the aggressors and setting themselves up for Shanks getting picked off, opens up for another plate to come out. And I mean, top esports just choking them out.
Great problem solving from top esports as well. They're like, you know, we can't pressure mid because of the enemy mid laner. Kill the enemy mid laner. Now we can pressure mid. It's so smart.
So how did they elect to get Shanks to go in?
It's called mind control. It's a top esports classic, honestly.
So
they did it to Fnatic at Worlds.
So Rookie controlled him for the arrow to come through. Great kick. We saw the stun come to set up, and yeah. So they believe in the mechanics. They let Rookie get hit by the Ashe Shooter, I guess is what you're saying, to force Shanks in. And yeah, great punish. But now I want to see them go back to hammering home on Hope. They're doing great, though, even just with isolated lanes, because Xingtian and JackieLove are getting so much value from plates by themselves.
Hope wishing the observers had missed that one. Unlucky on the Aphelios ultimate. But I like the attempt, right, when you've got a moment to try and force something. It's not going to happen for the time being, though, and it will be top esports grabbing themselves a Drake. This will only be their first of the game. But an objective is an objective. You'll take it.
JackieLove must be sitting on quite a bit of gold, because he's been on this Essence Reaver for, you know, at least 5-6 minutes, like 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh! The hook from Mark gets himself gold. Rookie gets a bunch of gold off the top of that as well. And the snowball just will not stop rolling. You're absolutely right, though. JackieLove, he must be a rich man. He must have so many stacks, too.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what he goes back and is able to pick up. A lot of times it has been the Bloodthirster coming on through, but I wonder if he will go for like a more aggressive option. Is Hope?
Oh my days. Tien has no respect for towers, and there's the cash in for JackieLove as well. I mean, my goodness. That would be bot lane tower, maybe finish off, honestly.
I'm sad we don't get to see how much gold he was able to pick off that one, because now...
Wait, 10 seconds until plates are gone. Can JackieLove kill the tower in time? No, he can't. He'll get 1 extra plate.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see what he buys on his reset. And just look at the item disparities already coming out. Gore Drinker for Tien. The Prowler up there for Xingtian. And now, again, just do it, JackieLove. Just go to base. I want to see what he's sitting on. 7,500 gold right now. Hope's only on 4,700, so...
I mean, look at his inventory. It's like, what, 3,300 or something for Essence Reaver? He's got over 4K in his pocket.
Yeah. Again, we're going to get it right
Why
now.
is there a graphic on my screen right now? Show me his inventory.
IE, outright picked up by JackieLove. He must be sitting on some components towards his next item as well, right? Yeah.
And a BF sword.
IE BF sword.
Good lord.
Coming out from base. Yeah. 9,000 gold lead at 15 minutes, Munch.
Yeah,
9K.
It's not bad.
Hey, but, you know, an IE and BF sword are cool, but Rookie got his loons.
Oh, that's true. That's true. When you word it like that, you know, it's... I mean, JackieLove doesn't even have Mythic, so who's really ahead?
Yeah, as, you know, we're gonna... You were saying earlier, during Pick and Ban, you were talking about...
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
You know, I can't remember. I was trying to tangent us into whatever we were talking about before that I was like, hey, we actually have to, like, let's get in the game, but has been ruined. My tangent was unsuccessful.
Yeah, I don't remember what that was about. I've talked about a lot of weird stuff today. I think my favorite was the frog pond.
That was the best.
But, yeah, it's been a weird day. Qingtian, stop in Heng's recall. Hung? Is it just Hung? Because I feel like H-A-N-G is also just Hung.
Look, I gotta be honest, this for viewers out there too, we hear a lot of different things from a lot of different people on pronunciation. We can talk to one person in LPL and another, get different things, different casters, different Chinese community members.
Yeah. It's a tough one. Mark is in trouble. He's down. Gale Force from home, but the Whirling Death to answer. And I don't think that ends up being worth it in the end. As the Herald charging through as well. BBU should be able to finish this one off and deny any further charges, but I don't know, 80 carry for support, probably not worth it.
I hope Top Esports don't get some hot pot today. They deserve some hot pot.
Some top pot?
That was not good. That was...
I thought it was
that
great.
did not work.
I enjoyed it. And you know what? When you're making jokes, the most important person to make laugh is yourself.
I would say they should go to Rookie's restaurant, because Rookie has a restaurant in China, but I believe it's in Shanghai. So,
nightmare.
Yeah, won't be able to go to that one if
Rookie,
they're
mate, open another branch. Come on, get one in Xi'an. Just in case you beat WE.
Yeah.
You can use it twice a year.
That is still super cool. If anyone didn't know out there, that Rookie opened his own.
What kind of restaurant is it?
I think it's Korean food, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I believe Rookie was even serving food there on the day of its opening, which is kind of crazy to believe you've been served by Rookie. You've been served by one of the gods of League of Legends.
Yeah. I feel like that you could get that on a t-shirt. I've been served by Rookie. And then you could wear that if you've been to the restaurant or if you've been like WE and get wrecked today.
It does apply in every situation. And then, you go open up like a beach volleyball game, you get served by Rookie.
Yeah. There are so many uses for this t-shirt. That's the second $1 million idea we've had on the stream today.
Served by Rookie and tablet holders.
Selling iPad holders that have handles outside the LPL Stadium in Shanghai. It's niche, but you could charge a lot. Captive audience.
I'm just saying, you're going to make someone a lot of money.
Oh, Jacula. There's two ways to say that. One when he dodges everything, and one when he gets hit by everything.
And the state of the game is, I feel like typically when the big carry gets picked off, is going to be like, okay, we need to hone in. We need to lock it and become serious. This is Rookie, I'm sorry, might go down.
Forget that you've been served by Rookie. They could maybe serve Rookie or not. He's actually surviving this one. Okay, there we go. BBU has served Rookie. Shanks looking for the follow-up here. WE on a comeback streak right here. As Mark trying to zone the rest of the squad away. Hung looking for a flank. Mark does not have his ultimate available, so not that much threat available from the Pike.
Okay, gold lead has not dwindled at all, but still some confidence kills in the pocket of WE, which gives us enough confidence in them to, at least talk about this game for the next few minutes. So that's Jackie Love. Like you said, starts off incredibly aggressive. Shanks trying to find the kill. Nice side steps coming out from him, but the barrel doesn't manage to dodge burst, able to come through. And this sort of thing started to look really dicey as Rookie. Walking up by himself, I guess you do have Tien and Mark not too far away, but still setting up for this turn to come through just felt way too risky.
Yeah.
Ends up going with Rookie going down, but they do find kills back for TS. But look at this. Jackie Love catching up BBU.
Oh no, BBU just getting absolutely destroyed. Rookie to grab the kill.
Flashes into Scat of the Week.
Yeah, tough one for BBU. Previously, he had served Rookie, but now he's been served by Rookie.
He's been on both sides.
Yeah, he's got two t-shirts. One for every t-shirt. It's like one of those ones where you can turn it inside out and it says the opposite. BBU's a smart, BBU's had a few $1 million ideas himself.
BBU, famous for, I'm not going to go down it. 2020 V5 Summer. If you were there, you were there. And if you are as upset as I am, you are as upset as I am, and I respect you. Fourth best team. Should have been fourth seed from LPL 2020. Didn't happen. Brackets, wait. Okay, I wanted you.
Getting absolutely rinsed.
15-5.
This is a hard to talk about game.
I was going to say, TS doing their best to, I guess, give us
Some entertainment.
Yeah, a bit to chill. And again, the worst part of this, to be a bit serious, right, is like WE are not a bottom feeder team.
No.
WE are a legit team who, like, honestly, I think probably should make playoffs. It's hard because I feel like that like 7 through 12 zone, it's gonna be looking really tasty. But Hope, Iwandi, Shanks have looked good. Hung, it's been one of his worst performances I honestly have seen so far, but has had some decent showings.
Yeah.
And Bubu's just, you know, relied on to be that solid rock. It's kind of sad to see them get
to see this happening.
Yeah, because WE are a better team than this. But when you put a composition like this in the hand of TES, this is what happens.
I mean, GTN just 2v1ing both of the solo laners. I mean, Mark just rinsing them, tearing them apart. This is brutal.
Yeah.
This is like not safe for work. If you've got children watching right now, take them in the other room.
This is like, typically when you see a comp like this, you're excited to see the stomp. But again, it just feels like
cyberbullying.
Yeah, and it feels like WE. I mean, realistically, WE don't have options in this game anymore, right? You're relying on mistakes. You're relying on like, haha, 5-stacking this brush, or like Jack Lip overextending a little bit, finding those picks. But you need so many of those to go right for you to even have like a semblance of a chance back in this game. Like, look, they throw everything at Rookie there, don't manage to connect, and still, but enough time for the rest of Top Esports to follow through as Xingtian just casually,
the Prowler's
like, manhandles 2 members of WE, buys time for the rest of Top Esports to come through, and they're just able to close this one out. So it is definitely just a matter of when Top Esports elect to finish this game. Is now up to 16. I feel like if anything, we should just see if this is the largest gold difference we've had at this point in the game so far. In my mind, there's no way it isn't.
Almost 20,000 at 20 minutes. It's not bad, is it? Like, there's not been that many, like, a K a minute games this split, I don't think.
No. And especially like a K a minute once you're getting to this point. Once
Yeah.
you're getting to like the 20-minute post part of the game.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how fast Top Esports can finish this off. Let's look at the stats after the fact. But I mean, just...
Wait. We need our stats team. So people in the world, stats team out there,
people on Twitter, DM us.
let us know if this is the largest gold lead we've had at 20 minutes.
Yeah. I feel like it might well be. I'm on board for
I feel like if we keep asking our stats team for work, we're going to actually have to...
pay someone?
Yeah.
God forbid. Yeah, one day. One day. I wonder will survive, I guess, is the rest of that sentence. Shanks goes in. Shanks goes out. Hung, considering it.
I got this munch. I need to practice for my next play.
Go for it. I'm here for it.
Okay, turret going down. TP comes in. Xingtian, the slice and dice, going forward. Mark, Bone Skewer, in hand, looking for the aggression. As Top Esports angling to close out this game. What can WE do? Hope!
Flash.
Having to flash. Whirling Death comes out! And Top Esports just dishing out the poke. They don't feel pressured. Look at Xingtian doing his best Wayward impression with the emotes coming up through. Ox is out there watching as this is getting too extended. My boys can't keep up as Rookie takes down Iwandi. Top Esports are going to take down WE. And Top Esports are going to give us probably the most disgusting game win of the season. If they decide to finish it out, finish it out.
They don't even want to win the game. They
Come
don't
on.
even want to win the game. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of a color fill so you can catch your breath, and then I want to hear a massive end game call lyric.
you didn't do that. When you said I want to do a color fill, I thought there'd be more to it.
Oh, sorry. Xingtian is pretty good at League of Legends.
And there they go, Munch.
Good items.
Minions at the base. They're barreling down. No, what can you do? Jackie Love is just too big. Wait. Please stop Esports. Take this game seriously. This is way too disrespectful.
Oh my God! They're actually not going to win.
What is this?
For the love of God.
What is this? I honestly feel bad.
This is a competition. This is a tournament. Top Esports don't give it.
I honestly feel bad. Like, WE deserve better, man. Well, okay. You know what? We are I don't know. We are unbiased observers to this action. I feel nothing to this. you know, deep down, you all know how I feel. What is going on, man? Top Esports. End this game is, we're still not at the 20K gold lead. Top Esports now going to pick up third drag. I don't even know how we talk about it, seriously, after what we just saw. I don't know.
27 to 10, more than a kill a minute for Top Esports. Still almost 20,000 gold up. Jackie diving the Fountain solo rather than ending the game. So what are you going to do with the rest of your day, Lyric?
I don't know. I don't know. Today's going longer than I expected.
I'm going to hibernate after
Like I said, still time for the gym. Still time to... I actually don't cast for quite a bit after this, as my intense week is next week. You do, though. You do cast middle of the week.
In a couple of days, yeah.
You know what's always fun?
Thursday, I think it is.
We can take a look at what games are happening tomorrow. OMG Nip and LGD Wayville. First, like, both pretty solid. LGD picked up more wins. OMG Nip should be close. Another two teams in contention, kind of for those, I would say, like, bottom/middle end playoff spots.
I actually think OMG Nip could be a really good series.
Yeah.
That very well could go to 3 games. LGD Weibo, less so.
I mean, if there's any top team that is exploitable by teams like LGD, Weibo is the one.
Definitely, definitely. Stun on Xingtian. Here we go. Inhib taken. Can they do it? Can they end the game?
I mean, if not, there actually will be a realistic world where, like, you're going to get a huge Aphelios, you're going to get a huge Irelia, you're going to get to a point where you actually can't end the game anymore. And we might even be, like, getting close to that, where you actually might have to not only just, like, click forward and slam your keyboard, you'll actually have to, like, play well to win these fights.
Mark gets to pull onto Mew. Jackie chunked as well. Xingtian steps on forwards. I think we are still at walk forwards and slam your keyboard moments here. As into the back line they go. Jackie survives. Hope forced back onto the Fountain. Nexus, Bear, low on HP. Mark looking for resets instead of ending the game. He wants I1D, there's a triple. He escapes with his life, looking for Pew as well. There's the quadra kill for Mark. And Top Esports will finally finish this one off. And Mark, in true Mark style, jumps onto the Fountain before the game ends.
I don't know what to say. Honestly, great early game from TES. Like, fantastic. Seeing Mark on the pike, I loved it. They were crushing in that top side 2v2.
How can you fist them?
I don't know. I like.
Look at Mark's face. He's like giggling as he fist bumps them.
Man, again,
How can you look them in the eye after what you've just done?
The last 10 minutes of that game should not have happened. At very least, the last 5 should not have happened. And yeah, Top Esports, I mean, again, showing their individual prowess, showing their early game prowess, showing that, like, they can bring compositions out like this and absolutely crush anybody. Tien, so far this split, I'll stand by that. Been having an amazing performance so far to actually, like, be able to hit on the parts of the game that were worth talking about. And, I mean, now they just need to be able to build an actual, like, build cohesion around that, build a structure, like, be able to coordinate, be able to not just run at the enemy, which really just has been. Like, it feels like TS have kind of devolved in terms of, like, how they've been playing the map. But, funnily enough, with, like, the change in roster of, like, bringing in Rookie, it feels like, despite the fact that whether Rookie Knight, whoever you say is better, like, I think it's close. I don't think there is a definitive one. It seems like Rookie is enabling the, like, we can hands diff them even harder style, because Rookie has been one of the ones where it's like, man, again, you'll see Rookie play lane and he'll, like, solo kill someone 4 times with Orianna. Like, it's just, it's crazy.
Yep. He's got hands. He's definitely got hands.
Didn't really need to do anything this game. Like, he was actually the one who, he's just left in mid losing his matchup because he did get countered, and it's his side lanes being the ones that are being enabled.
Yeah. I will say, the top side, there was a really nice play from Tien and Xingtian where Tien's kind of waiting in the wings. Xingtian knows that Hang is there, right? And, like, baits them into the 2v2, sets it up, and then Tien comes in. Like, that kind of stuff, still fantastic from Top Esports.
It's like the what would it be? Tactics? Like, they have some, like, tactics, but their overall strategy is what. I could even have that. I could even have that backwards. Point is, they have, like,
correct.
They have small set plays that are good, but they don't bring anything to an overarching goal, right?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. And like you say, mechanically fantastic, laning fantastic. But it does very much feel like this is kind of a bit of a win lane, win game sort of team, right? Where if neither Rookie nor Jaculov is massively ahead as you enter the mid game, can you actually win? That's kind of what we saw against JDG, right? Tien was the one with a massive lead each game. The laner's on ahead. Can you actually win the game? No.
No, and I mean, this makes sense, right? We knew Tien was going to come out with player of the game. He really was the one to just set everything up for the side of TS. And I'm so happy because for over the years where we've had, it'll be like good spurts of Tien performances. So I guess we aren't done with the split yet. So, you know, could be too early to say, but we've had a long stretch of Tien performing incredibly well. Yep. One of the best junglers in the league. And especially if he can keep it up in high pressure, which is always, can he keep it up in playoffs? Because Tien's been able to get to finals a few times now. With even different rosters.
Yeah.
But can he hold up and be able to deliver in like those situations that I feel like is the next step for Tien?
That'll be one of the big questions.
Which, I mean, he's won a world championship, so we know he's capable of it.
Yeah. He got MVP in a world championship. We know that he can step up in the right moments. It's just whether he can do it domestically is going to be the big question. Let's look at our results as we round things out today. Still quite a fast day, honestly, despite the fact that first series went quite long in of itself, because we had the series in different locations. We ended up kind of catching up on that, and the second series very quick.
Yeah, I mean, game one was close. Like, WE had opportunities to win. Once they fell behind, they really fell behind.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, if you saw game two,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But hey, we talked about tomorrow's matches, but, oh wait, no, we look at the standings next, don't we? I need to get this down. Standings coming up.
But anyone's legend, crucially, 16th place.
I've been
now.
here for how many years, and I still don't have this flow down. Yeah, you're right. AL 2-8, not last.
The win streak begins. The win streak begins. RNG, though, knocked down a peg here, getting an extra loss down to 9th place for the time being. Still a lot to work on for that squad, that's for sure, but Top Esports keeping in touching distance of that big group at the top of the table. LNG still leading that, but week number 8 is when LNG plays both JDG and Top Esports, and that is the week where everything is going to change. OMG vs NIP starting us off tomorrow. I actually think that's going to be a really, really good series. I could not call who's going to win now. I'm leaning OMG, but I feel like that could go either way.
In second series, LGD, Weibo. LGD are also coming off a series win, so they're going to come off with some momentum. And again, the fact that they're 3-6, this has looked like a more promising LGD roster than I feel like LGD rosters of the past few years. So it'll be cool to see if they can bring that fight to Weibo. Because Weibo really seems like they have two modes, which is either they come out and like Karsa looks on point and they kind of crush you because Karsa and the Shy have been the two question marks, or it's Karsa and the Shy don't look good and they run it down and lose.
Yeah, honestly, like, especially the Shy on the top side, I feel like some games it's like, oh my god, he's the best top laner in the world.
Like they're just,
and then other games it's like, my guy,
yeah.
What are you doing?
Even Xiao having a bad performance recently as well, despite having an overall good split.
Yeah, well, Larry, that's it from us, and I think the audience will be very happy about that fact. That's the end of the day. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. OMG NIP will be an absolute banger. We'll see you there in chat, and until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.